All right, how is everyone doing? I was holding off on going live because, as you can see, Jason Raznick is over my shoulder and still alive on the Power Hour, but my show must go on. So here we go. Welcome to the ETF show, everyone. Spencer Israel. I'll be joined in a few minutes by Andrew Channon from Procure AM. He is the man behind the space ETF, the Procure Space ETF ticker UFO. But until then, I want to run through a bit of a quarter in review type thing. Obviously, end of the quarters are big deals for managers, for institutions, for allocators in terms of making sure their positions are marked where they should be. They're checking their allocations, and it's a good time to sort of like reset and look back at major trends for the quarter. We spend so much time sort of in the weeds, looking at day-to-day stuff, week-to-week stuff. Let's just zoom out for a minute and just look at just quarterly stuff here. So real quick, before I proceed with that, want to do what I do at the top of every ETF show, which is recap why the hell we're doing this. Why do we even care about ETFs? You know why. It's the same 5 reasons every day, never changes. Diversified, can't talk. Tax efficient, low fees, actively traded, and they're transparent. Usually, those characteristics usually apply. Don't always apply to every single ETF out there, and I'll get to that more in future episodes. But those are the 5 reasons why ETFs are awesome. Some other quick housekeeping before I proceed. I want to remind everyone that I have a ETF knowledge list that actually Andrew Channon should be on it on Twitter that I check for ETF knowledge all the time. And I just posted it in chat. There is my ETF knowledge list on Twitter. If you care about such things, check it out. Okay. Long story short, it was a really good quarter for ETFs, specifically US ETFs, but a lot of money. Yeah, I'm sorry. Jason's talking about me, and I hear him. A lot of money went into ETFs last quarter. How much money? Well, let's talk about that. So I'm going to bring up my trusty ETF DB screener tool that I like to utilize, and we're going to go through where the winners and losers are or were last quarter. Where's my window? There's my window. There it's up. Let's do this. So at a high level, guys, last quarter was a record quarter for ETFs in terms of flows, in terms of money flowing into ETFs. According to FactSet, a little over $245 billion went into US ETFs last quarter. That's, as I said, a record. All right. A lot of money piling into US funds. What does that mean? It can mean a couple of things, right? It could mean there's a lot of money on the sidelines and people don't want dry powder and they're looking for a place to put it. It could mean that people are especially bullish on the US on the US market. It could mean that they weren't in the market all last year and they realized they missed out on the rally and now they want in and they're just playing catch up. We don't really know why these flows go the way they go. We just know that where they go, and they were going into U.S. funds last quarter. Really, I mean, it was pretty evenly broken down. Actually, what's interesting is the flows got better month over month. Right, January saw about $65 billion of inflows. February, $88 billion. March, $90 billion. So more and more money piling into U.S. ETFs as the quarter happened. I would have thought that maybe January was the peak because that was when we had like peak GameStop madness and all that stuff. But no, it turns out January was just the beginning and it got better in terms of inflows February and March. So just a really strong month for US ETFs. And March actually was so strong. I mentioned that $90 billion figure. $90 billion of inflows into US ETFs in March. That basically makes March the second biggest month on record for inflows into US ETFs. So just a huge amount of inflows. I can't say that enough. Let's go into specifics. Let's talk specifics. Which funds saw the most money of inflows last quarter? And I've got my screener here, and I'm going to go to the search tool, and I'm going to start with the biggest gainer, in terms of flows was VOO, the Vanguard S&P 500 ETF, took in about $17 billion of inflows last quarter, which, like I said, was the top of most of any ETF. To put that into context, the fund has, as of the end of the quarter, so this data is a little bit old by now, had about $205 billion in assets. So put that into perspective, about $8 billion of the fund's total assets came into the fund last quarter. You guys know, you all know this one, right? This is super basic stuff. You don't need me to tell you about VOO, right? I am along this one personally. This makes up like a very large amount of my portfolio. I think it's like 40% or something. It's my largest individual holding. I own a lot of VOO. Super basic stuff, right? You don't need me to go too much into that. Number 2, biggest gainers for the quarter, VTI. You really don't need me to explain this. At least I hope not. VOO basically just zoomed out, right? The total, I mean, the name says it all, right? Vanguard total stock market ETF took in a little under $10 billion of inflows last quarter. It's about 4% of the fund's total assets. It's got about 223 billion in assets as of the end of the quarter. Again, so the last few days aren't quite factored into that, but one of the larger ETFs, a lot of inflows last quarter. These two, VOO, VTI, usual suspects, right? Obviously, they're among the largest ETFs on the market, so not a surprise to see these two at the top of the leaderboard. Number 3 is a little bit surprising, not crazy, but XLF. Okay. We were talking this morning about Jamie Dimon's letter, which was out. He's obviously very bullish to the banks, very happy that the banks were able to help out, last year and in terms of being part of the solution to get us out of the COVID recession, whatever you want to call that, whatever that was last year. XLF took in $9 billion of flows last quarter. That is about 23% of the fund's overall AUM. So a lot of new money, a very large percent of new money coming into XLF, the State Street Financial Select Sector SPDR ETF. Not a total surprise, because this is a pretty thick stock, pretty widely ETF, very widely followed, but a little bit of a surprise to see it number 3 in terms of funds with the most inflows last quarter. A lot of new money piling into banks. Let me pull up here. Let me go to Benzinga Pro. I'll show you all a chart. And obviously the banks were beaten down, and we saw value go back into favor, and that's what happened, right? XLF a lot of time is a proxy for value in that it's not growth, and you can see just massive run up in XLF in the whole financial sector in the past few months. Maybe people chasing that, but XLF was a big winner with over $9 billion of inflows last quarter. Number 4, again, you do not need me to explain this for you. IVV, this is the iShares BlackRock equivalent of SPY, of VOO. So again, not a surprise to see this. Here's one that's interesting. We talked about US ETFs having a lot of inflows. IEMG, emerging markets. Yeah. Again, not a huge surprise because this is a very large fund, but not all the money was going into strictly U.S. focused funds the last quarter. IEMG took in about $7.5 billion of new inflows in Q1. That's about 10% of its total AUM. So just everyone knows it's not all, the party isn't just in the U.S. Obviously, emerging markets have underperformed. If you zoom out, right, this is no secret, right? U.S. has crushed every other area, every other market around the world. This is not a surprise, but look at that. Kind of speaks for itself. So maybe people chasing, maybe they just want to get out of the U.S. or diversify and allocate in some way. Let me finish this up, and then we'll go into get Andrew on. This one is the money one right here. ARKK. Yeah. For all the crap that Kathy Wood takes, ARKK was the, the 6th, it took in the 6th most amount of money last quarter of any ETF, took in about $6.5 billion of inflows, even though, as you can see, the fund was kind of beaten down. I mean, it went on this huge run. We all know that. It came off the highs in February. A lot of talk about their concentration risk or what would happen. They're so big in these small companies. If they were to ever get a lot of outflows, what could that do to the fund? Well, against all of that, Kathy Wood's flagship fund took in $6.5 billion. That's about 30% of its current AUM came during the first quarter. All right, real quick, moving on down the list. Number 7, IUSB, right? Super basic iShares total bond market ETF. Not a surprise. Very large fund used a lot by institutions to diversify, allocate to bonds. So not a surprise there. BND, same story, right? IUSB took in about a little over $6 billion last quarter. BND took in about $5.5 billion last quarter. Not a surprise to see these guys on the list. Super large funds. VWO was number 9. This is Vanguard's emerging markets ETF. Took in a little over $4.5 billion last quarter. And the last one, Value, baby. VTV, the Vanguard Value ETF, took in about $4.6 billion last quarter. That's about a little over 6, but 6 1/3 percent of the overall AUM in the fund. We talked about that value trade all quarter long, the rotation away from growth into value. At least in February, it's come off a little bit now, but as you can see, VTI as a proxy for value actually is at all-time highs. So yeah, I was a little bit surprised to see this fund up on the top 10 funds with the most inflows last quarter. Again, because it's a large one, but it's value, right? When was the last time value was popular? Usually it's popular for like a week at a time, never for like a month at a time. So those were your biggest AUM gainers in Q1. I will get to AUM losers. Where was the money leaving in the first quarter? But before I do that, I want to bring on my guest, as I mentioned at the top of the show, Andrew Channon. He is the co-founder and CEO of Procure AM, launched the first space ETF. Actually, he's been ahead of several thematic trends. I'll ask him about that, but he's very, very ahead of the thematic trend and stepped into it more with the launch of UFO. Andrew, how are we doing today?
Thrilled to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. All right. I want to ask you first, UFO has gotten a lot of interest in the last, call it 2 months and change. Basically, what I'm referring to is when Kathy Wood and ARK Invest announced they were launching their own space ETF. That ended up driving a lot of interest and money into your ETF, did it not?
It certainly seems that way.
What do you make of that?
It's tough to say. I think one thing that that filing did was it brought 2 things. It brought credibility to our concept for a space-themed ETF. In our case, an actual pure play space-themed ETF. And second, and probably most importantly, it brought awareness to investing in space. So all of a sudden, people started looking at space as an investable theme. And UFO had been sitting there for, we're coming up on our 2-year anniversary actually next week of the launch of UFO. And it's something that people can look back, they can see a track record, they can see the companies that have been in and out of the fund, and it brought a lot of attention to, okay, you know what, space is an investable industry. How do I do it? And we happen to be positioned as a vehicle for investors that wanted instant diversification on a global basis across many pure play names in the space industry with the click of one fund.
All right, and we obviously are not here to critique ARK Invest or anything, but they did take some heat for what some people perceived as having unusual exposure in what is a space ETF. Tell us about your exposure, the exposure that UFO provides.
So we are a passive fund. We track the S Network Space Index. That was co-developed by a former director of research from the Space Foundation, who actually partially built the actual definition of what the space economy is. So anyone that follows the space industry probably reads the space report. He was one of the individuals that actually helped build out the definition of what the space economy is. And so through their research, they drove down to find the companies that are deriving significant amounts of their revenue actually from space. not a crazy concept if you're doing a space index. And so if you look at the underlying index, a minimum of 80% needs to be dedicated to those companies deriving at least a majority of their revenue from space-related businesses, activities, and services. And then it still leaves 20% for some of these more diversified, think your aerospace and defense names that are still major players in space, but that's not the majority of where they're getting their revenues from. So it gives you a really kind of interesting perspective of the companies that are deriving significant amounts from the actual theme in the name of the fund, space.
So I guess the biggest difference between the two is your fund is, as you said, companies that are today deriving revenue from space, as opposed to the ARK Invest fund, which is more so companies that we think one day will get revenue in some way, shape, or form from space.
So I saw it actually a really interesting puff piece by the Wall Street Journal today that was actually covering the topic.
Okay.
And an actual ARK employee was quoted as saying that their definition for space exploration and innovation is anything above the ground. And so that is a very wide interpretation, but could certainly help people understand why maybe some of the holdings are in there are justified from their perspective for being in there. And if we could turn this into a GIF of some sort, space is anything above the ground. That's not space. There's a reason that the Air Force is called the Air Force, and that they created a separate branch called the Space Force. So, many people will probably disagree with that definition, but that is, could help people understand the ARK interpretation for space. Another important change there as well is that it's not just the space exploration ETF, as many have called it. It's the space exploration and innovation. And when the SEC looks at names for funds, they take a lot of things into consideration. Innovation allows for an extremely wide definition of what kind of company could be defined as an innovation company. And so therefore we have certain mandates, and ARK also has their own mandates. Ours just are very different. So that could certainly lead to why from the last calculations I had seen, there's about 24% overlap between UFO and ARKX. So someone could certainly have both holdings if they want some space exposure in their portfolio with not a ton of overlap. Interestingly enough, ARKQ, another ARK fund, actually has more overlap with ARKX than UFO does.
And you know what else is interesting is the announcement from ARK didn't just drive assets into UFO, but it indirectly drove the fund itself higher because people were speculating on stocks they were going to buy, which were also stocks that UFO owns. So it indirectly drove UFO higher in a weird way. I have up on the screen here sort of the main, I guess you can call it baskets within UFO. Satellites, telecom, space tourism to the extent that exists. I want to start on satellites or for a second, because it's a very interesting concept where it's getting more affordable to ship stuff into space and to get stuff off the ground and to launch materials, equipment, whatever. That's all getting cheaper. So you might hear that and think, well, wait a minute. If it's getting cheaper, why do I want any part of that? Explain why that's not the right way to think about it.
It is breaking down the barriers of entry to companies that want to engage in space. Companies that hadn't ever even considered expanding their business into space or increasing their capabilities because of the higher cost to entry are now able to come to the table with their new ideas and technologies. And so you look at things like 5G, cloud computing, Internet of Things, connected devices, big data, even cryptocurrency and blockchain, and people are investing tremendous amounts into those different themes. But if each of those themes are to be successful, there's a common thread, and that thread is data. And data needs to be sent from point A to point B in many of those examples. So if we're truly going to see an explosion in the amount of data that's being created, satellites are going to be a critical part of that infrastructure, as they already are today. So we look at satellites as kind of the digital data superhighway toll operators. And why also launch costs coming down, reusable rockets, something that SpaceX has been getting a ton of fantastic press from. They're helping drive down the costs, and it's not just satellites. When NASA now wants to send astronauts to the ISS, they no longer need to rely on Russian capabilities. SpaceX is doing it and saving them nearly $30 million per seat per astronaut on each of these. So if you think about the amount of budget that could free up for a group like NASA as well, they can now reinvest that budget into other areas. So the cost of access to space coming down is truly opening up the commercialization of space in our perspective.
I don't want to lose track of the chat. There's a few questions in there, so I'm going to ask one right now. Someone had asked about here it is. What are your thoughts on a number of the space SPACs that have launched? I don't know if UFO owns any SPACs. Does it? And what do you make of just what appears to be a number of a decent number of companies entering the market via the SPAC route? Space companies entering the market via the SPAC route.
So Virgin Galactic, I think, is one of those examples of a successful de-SPACing.
Right.
To be determined how well the company will do, how quickly they can hit on their timelines, but certainly that show that there is a significant interest for investing in space. And these private space companies historically have had very difficult times accessing capital, aside from your SpaceX's, in your Blue Origins, which are predominantly funded by Jeff Bezos. And I think it's extremely great for the space economy that now we can see these private companies having the critical ability to access capital that hopefully can help them take things to the next level. That said, not all SPACs are created equal. We don't know necessarily what the visions of these companies are now that they're going to hopefully be able to access capital. At the same time, some of these companies have government and military contracts as well. So whereas in many SPACs, you kind of just need to get the shareholder approval to complete the merger, there could be some additional layers that could potentially block some of these companies from successfully de-SPACing. And because until a company finally truly de-SPACs, there's not really a guarantee that event will occur. The underlying index that our fund tracks doesn't include SPACs. It does have the potential, though, to include de-SPAC companies, which is why you saw Virgin Galactic was actually pretty quickly added into the underlying index after the de-SPAC. That's not not saying that these SPACs are bad deals or good deals. If they de-SPAC successfully and they meet the underlying criteria required for eligibility in the space index that we track, then they could certainly make their way into the fund as well.
What would you say is like the general type of company in UFO in terms of like life cycle? Like where are these companies in their life cycle? There are obviously some very mature ones, and there may be some that aren't as mature. Can you break that down for us?
Well, I think that's one of the exciting things about the composition of companies. You do have a very wide range. You have companies that are very early stage, like a Virgin Galactic, that are still working on their R&D to do things like space tourism, hypersonic point-to-point travel. But then you also have some of these aerospace and defense companies who have been leaders in the space industry for decades and have been getting government and military and NASA contracts for years. So it is truly a wide range. But if you're looking at breakdowns, though, one area that you'll see a pretty decent exposure, like you said, is satellites, and that's because communications and broadband internet are major parts of the space economy. The space economy, the last number from the space report reflected 2019's number. We're still waiting on 2020, but 2019 was roughly 420 billion. And you look at groups like Morgan Stanley, who predict that the space industry will grow to over $1 trillion by 2040, and Bank of America that believes that the space economy could be roughly $2.7 trillion annually by 2045. And if you look at how they derive those numbers, they too believe that communications and broadband internet will be the major drivers for that growth. And currently, roughly a third of the commercial space industry is coming from broadband internet and communications. So that's something that UFO is providing a pretty large percentage of its exposure to currently. The IT, communications, broadband internet, And it's a lot of stuff that you're actually not getting in other portfolios. So this is providing, in many cases, new exposures for investors that are looking to add UFO as an additional exposure to whatever else they're holding.
Andrew, I wanted to ask you quickly about the growth of the fund in terms of AUM. Where are you at right now, and is that ahead or behind sort of where you thought the fund could be 2 years in?
Yeah, space is something that people are just waking up to realize how critical of an industry it is to our everyday lives, not just as individuals, but from a commercial level as well as from a government, military, and defense level. And so, I think I had certainly hoped that people had understood the importance of the space industry and what it was. But sometimes it takes unknown catalysts like an activist investor announcing that they're bringing a fund following that theme to market to bring out the awareness. So certainly we think space is a much bigger idea and industry than the 130 million in AUM that's currently invested in UFO, and that's part of our responsibility to make people aware. And so we certainly appreciate programs such as yours that are asking a lot of the harder questions about what is space, where does it belong in people's portfolios, and helping shed that awareness, because it is something that is so important and in many cases a really misunderstood industry.
You have unusually good timing, I think, when it comes to the launch of new products, because this was launched when, April of 19, right?
Yep.
And that was what, 2 months after the Space Force was signed, the U.S. Space Force, I think.
It was right around that time.
Yeah. So again, and these things can't just be spun up quickly. So you sort of had that tailwind at your back. And then you also launched your first ETF was Hack. You launched that right before there was a massive data breach at Sony, right?
That was actually the fourth ETF I had sponsored.
That was the fourth.
But it was launched about 2 weeks before the Sony breach, exactly.
What? How do you explain that? I mean, and that obviously helped Hack grow a lot in terms of assets. It's no longer the largest cybersecurity ETF by assets, and you're no longer involved. But at the time, I mean, the timing was unusually good, and it seems like this time you've also had unusually good timing. I'm not sure what you make of that.
So I think everyone says you'd rather be however many days or years early than a day late, and for me, one of the things I try to do is find themes that are in their earlier stages that I believe investors want to have exposure to, that are these longer term themes. And for whatever reason, many larger shops aren't looking for that. They're looking for more your core exposures and things like that. Whereas we're trying to find ways to create new investing opportunities for individuals that aren't really in the market, providing new holdings for them as well, giving them global diversification. And I think if we're able to continue doing that, hopefully following that model, hopefully we can also bring many other first to market themes that hopefully are what investors are looking for.
Yeah, another one from Chad here. How often is UFO rebalance?
It's rebalanced quarterly, reconstituted semi-annually.
Okay, so twice a year. That just means twice a year that you're adding in and removing, right?
Yep, and certain exceptions could be made as well in there, but typically, yes.
Sure. That kind of honestly that exhausted the list of my questions. I'm sure I'll think of more after the fact, but I really just want to get you on to talk about the growth of the fund this year, because you've had an unusual year. We've gone from 0 to 2 space ETFs in the span of a couple of years now. I guess, do you anticipate more, or do you think you've got enough of a head start and ARK has enough of a brand that between the two of you've got the space ETF thing locked down?
Every time I bring out a great idea, we have always more and more competitors launching those products, whether in the US or abroad. So I certainly believe in the space industry, which is why we brought this out as our first product. It was really important to us. And we're looking to do a lot more around the space theme beyond just ETFs here in the US.
Really?
And so it's something that we believe in. But we're also not just married to this one theme. So I would certainly not be surprised if others continue to follow in my footsteps and launch competing products. But hopefully people see the incredible amount of work that was put into building out this index, and hopefully they'll need to find another one.
Wait, when you say you're looking at other products, are you talking about other types of assets or just other markets like outside the U.S.?
Everything under the sun.
Everything, other securities, other markets, not just an ETF here in the U.S. Andrew Chen is the co-founder and CEO of Procure AM, the sponsor of the Procure Space ETF, ticker UFO. Andrew, always a pleasure, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thanks so much for having me.
All right. Thank you very much, Ruth LeMay. I appreciate that. Smash the like, guys, for Andrew and for space. We're going to the moon, literally. I hope one day. I don't know if I'll be the first in line, but I'll be in line, somewhere in line. I don't know if I'll be first, but I'll be somewhere in line to go to the moon whenever those things, whenever Richard Branson decides to let everyone in. Okay, I do want to go back to my quarter in review. Thanks a lot, Andrew, for coming on. I talked about which ETFs saw the most inflows last quarter. Let's talk about which ETFs saw the most outflows last quarter. So I'll bring up my Benzinga Pro here, and let's go to the outflow list. Again, there isn't too many surprises, but I think the themes are important. Number one, LQD, big fixed income ETF, the iShares iBox US dollar investment grade corporate bond ETF. About $10.5 billion went out of LQD last quarter, and you guys obviously know why, right? Bond yields went up. They're actually lower for the past couple of days here, but bond yields went up. That was a big theme of the quarter. The inverse correlation between bonds and stocks, and with interest rates so low, there really isn't much of an incentive to own bonds. So it's not a real surprise to see LQD see this amount of outflows. Number two, if LQD lost about $10.5 billion, GLD lost about $7.5 billion. I will note that both of these ETFs are also very commonly used as trading instruments. So the AUM figure may not be always indicative because these are both widely traded, used by active traders for hedging and that sort of thing. So it's not as if everybody who owns these things is owning them to buy and hold and selling them to get out permanently. They're not. These are also trading instruments. But that being said, gold has, as you can see, been punished dearly. Didn't quite perform. Definitely wasn't a hedge last spring, right? You guys, you can see that dip right there last spring. Gold did not protect you from the sell-off last March and last April. GLD getting a lot of outflows last quarter. Number two on the list. Number three. This one's interesting. USMV. The iShares MSCI US Minimum Volatility Factor ETF. What does that mean? First off, what is a factor ETF? Factor just means characteristic. Okay, you have factor ETFs will screen for different characteristics of securities or of stocks. Okay, whether that characteristic is volatility, whether it's value, whether it's growth, whether it's dividends. There are so many factors that you can screen for, and there are a lot of ETFs that provide exposure to these different factors, right? So this one is an ETF that provides exposure, supposed to provide exposure to a basket of U.S. stocks that have minimal volatility, very low betas. This one lost about $5.5 billion in assets last quarter, which is about 20% of its overall AUM. So that was number three on the list. Number four, sticking with the theme, fixed income, HYG. I think this is the largest. No, it is not the largest bond ETF, but it is up there. Same story as LQD, right? Bonds out of favor. Lost about $4.5 billion in assets last quarter. QUAL, another iShares factor ETF. The last one was for minimum vol. This one is for quality. And there's a whole screen that they have, that iShares has, or MSCI, I guess, has, that they screen for quality stocks. People don't want quote unquote quality stocks based on their screen. QUAL lost a little under $3 billion in assets last quarter. It's about 15% of its total AUM. Next SPY, again, trading instrument. There's really no rhyme or reason for SPY being high on the outflows list and VOO and IVV being on the inflows list. Again, this is a trading instrument, so I wouldn't put a ton of stock in that. Next, XLP. Interesting. Consumer staples. The State Street Consumer Staples ETF lost about $2.5 billion of outflows last quarter. It's about 22% of its AUM. Very interesting. Let's look at the top holdings in XLP here. I'll go back to my ETF DB, and eventually we'll have all this stuff in Benzinga Pro, by the way, so I don't have to go here. But for the meantime, this is a stock. This is a site that I like going to on the regular. Obviously, this is like boring value stuff. A lot of this is value, right? Look at Coke, Procter & Gamble, Pepsi, Walmart, right? Altria Group, Mondelez, a lot of food stocks, defensive stocks. Look, consumer staples. So anyway, this fund lost about $2.5 billion last quarter. Interesting, because it is more of a value play. So it was. I was surprised to see it on the list there. Next one, again, sticking with that theme, Treasuries, TLT, your most actively traded bond ETF that I'm aware of, lost about $2.2 billion in outflows last quarter. Not a surprise. JNK, your junk bond ETF, also on this list, lost a little over $2 billion of outflows last quarter. And SHV, that rounds out the top 10 ETFs with the largest amount of outflows last quarter. SHV lost about $2 billion in assets in the first quarter. If we can zoom out for a second and look not so much at specific funds, but look at just broad themes. I mentioned U.S. equity. U.S. equity was the largest, or the most popular, I should say, the most popular subset of the ETF universe last quarter. U.S. ETFs, U.S. equity ETFs, I should say, took in about $120 billion of new money last quarter. That led the way. A lot of people buying into U.S. equity funds, U.S. stock funds. By far the largest amount, the largest of any category there. Again, $120 billion of new money coming into U.S. stock funds. About $82.5 billion came into international stock funds. So you see U.S. stocks, you see international stocks, 1, 2 on the list. What does that tell you? A lot of people are bullish stocks, right? U.S. stocks, international stocks, doesn't matter. There's cash on the sidelines. People want in. They've been saving. There's been money coming from the Fed. Interest rates are low. People have demand for U.S. stocks, or no, all stocks really, but U.S. stocks in particular. Not a real surprise to see those 1, 2 on the list. U.S. equity stocks are pretty much always, or U.S. Equity funds are pretty much always at the top of the list in terms of inflows. What was interesting to me is commodity funds, and I just showed you GLD, which lost money last quarter. Commodity funds lost about $6 billion as a group last quarter. A lot of people pulling their money out of commodity funds, whether it's gold, silver, oil, whatever. A lot of outflows in commodities. That was actually the only group, the only ETF group, as whatever you want to call it, asset group, to have outflows last quarter. If you look at stocks, you look at commodities, you look at currency, you look at alternatives as the main assets. Only commodity ETFs saw outflows last quarter. Very, very interesting. So it wasn't just GLD, though a lot of it was GLD. Gold, silver, copper, oil, ag, outflows overall. So very, very interesting. I do want to look at, this isn't going to be quite lined up with the end of the quarter stuff, because obviously we're on April 8th now, or April 7th. But I do want to go to a screener and just show you the biggest ETF gainers in terms of returns for the year. And I am going to include leverage funds for this, just because. We've talked about this previously. Let me bring up my screen here. We've talked about this previously. BDRY. This thing was a monster. I don't know why it was going up the way it was. This thing is a little bit confusing. It owns, shipping futures. So it's a bit of an alternative in that sense, but look at the performance year to date. Massive gainer. Your best performing fund year to date is BDRY. Please, please, please don't just chase performance, but it's worth it to know these things, I think. It even outperformed a leveraged retail fund. And this one owns GameStop, RETL. So that was interesting. So RETL was your direction, daily retail, 3 times bullish ETF. So daily retail exposure or daily leverage exposure to retail magnified by a factor of 3. So you get 3 times your exposure on any given day for retail. That you see that spike, that was GameStop right there. So GameStop does account for a lot of this, but it's not the only. So obviously not the only holding. So RETL was your number 2 best performer in terms of just return. Again, that's a leverage ETF. It is not meant to be held for more than a couple of days or even a week at a time. I would not recommend that at all. I am keeping leverage in the screen just because. And look at this. We talk about energy. I was talking about that yesterday, I believe, on the show. Energy, the micro sectors, U.S. big oil, 3 times leverage ETN. This is not an ETF. This is an ETN. There is a difference. An ETF, an ETF is a security that holds a basket of assets. An ETN is a debt instrument. It provides exposure to big oil. Let me zoom in. It provides exposure to big oil, but it does it via debt. In this case, the issuing bank is the Bank of Montreal. So that's a risk. This security, this ETN, is subject to the creditworthiness of the underlying bank that the debt is through, which is BMO. It can operate like an ETF. It can provide the same exposure, but it is a different type of asset altogether. And you really, if you don't understand the difference between ETNs and ETFs, don't trade ETNs. That's what I'll say. Understand what an ETN is and how it's different from an ETF before you trade it. Obviously, a lot of the biggest gainers are going to be leveraged funds. These are all leveraged, right? DPST is your regional banks. Nail is your home builder. Let's look at Nail. That's your leveraged home builders fund. Okay. Obviously, the housing market is in a gigantic squeeze right now. There is way too much demand, not anywhere near enough supply. This is your home builders ETF, and it's just crushing it. They literally cannot build these homes fast enough, and I'm getting squeezed out of the home buying market. So it sucks for me. But that's very interesting. That Nail was. I'm not a surprise, but we've all seen this trend happening in the real estate market right now. Look at Gush. Right, is your oil and gas 2 times leveraged fund. Look at this is interesting. The S&P High Beta fund from Direction was up big last month or last quarter. Here we go. Let's get away from the leverage. Enough leverage. Look at this. Tim Seymour's Cannabis Fund, CNBS, up 66% year to date. There's your blockchain ETF, BLK from Amplify. Trying to get them on the show. You got cannabis. You get blockchain / crypto. More cannabis. There's your biggest gainers for the quarter. Cannabis, shipping, blockchain, and leveraged products from Direction. The model there is pretty good actually for these guys. They're pretty much always going to make money because they have leverage and inverse funds. So they're always going to have a fund going up a lot in any market. Year to date, let's look at the biggest losers. Oh my God, we got to skip all the way past. Here we go. Biggest losers, again, this is going to be leverage. It's going to be all leverage funds. You can see Energy Bear Fund. The opposite of the high beta. This is your high beta bear fund, right? Financials Bear Fund. Semiconductor Bear Fund, down 53%. These are all leverage funds, not meant to be held for long periods of time. And you can just see, right? Bullish funds did well. Bearish funds did not. That's typically how it goes. Although if you go over a long enough time horizon, Your bullish funds don't do well either because of the nature of daily resetting leverage. We've gone over that before several times, but let me see. Let me just, for the sake of this, actually, let me just get rid of the leverage here, just so we can get a better view on what didn't perform last quarter. So a lot of VIX related funds. The VIX is obviously on a steady decline downward, so no real surprise there. Look at this. This is a new one for me. ProShares Decline of the Retail Store. That's the name of the fund. The name of the fund is Decline of the Retail Store ETF. All right. That's a new one for me. EMTY. Empty. These guys are good, man. That's funny. Empty's not looking great. Great hedge last year, but I don't know. This is like the anti-GameStop trade. So, I've never heard of this fund before right now. EMTY. It's funny. It's an interesting concept. What else do we see as the biggest losers? They're all going to be bearish funds and treasury funds. So, yeah, that was kind of it, guys, as far as my year in review. Yes, CR, thank you very much. Smash that like button, guys. Let me get to the chat here. What is the blockchain ETF? Brian Blockchain. You don't know. Brian Blockchain doesn't know what the blockchain ETF was. Then that cannot be your name. BLOK. Brian, BLOK is your Amplify blockchain ETF. Kyle Walton, will you section out your interview with Andrew later? You missed it. Kyle Walton, we will section out this entire show, actually. So you can just rewatch the ETF show by itself. That'll be after this show is done. I'm going to cut that out. Let me catch up on chat. You know what I haven't done actually for a while? Let me show you guys my ETF list. These are the ETFs that I currently own. And I'll have to zoom in for you. Here. All right, these are my ETFs that I currently own. I have a pretty good tolerance for pain. If you recall, about a month ago, I was looking for an infrastructure fund. I haven't actually pulled the trigger on anything yet. I'm very deliberate and patient when it comes to ETFs. I don't make decisions rash decisions. So I haven't bought anything new for a hot second. I do own a very, very small position in UFO. It was the most recent thing that I've bought. It is basically the smallest position of any ETF that I hold. And as I mentioned at the top of the show, VOO is my largest position by a lot. It's about 40% of my portfolio. VEU is the second largest. The rest of these are all like strategic thematic funds. They're all obviously high growth, and growth has gotten beaten down. ARKW still holding. KWEB still holding. SPAC ETF still holding. Getting beaten down, but I can take it. All right, you got to know what your pain tolerance is, and I know that I can take the pain in these. So I am not panicking. I saw someone mention KWEB earlier. Yeah, it's gotten crushed, but that's what KWEB does, though. If you want to go to a chart of KWEB, this thing gets crushed sometimes. You have to know that going in. Zoom out. I mean, look at 2018, right? This thing was range bound for years. Just broke out to new highs last summer. Took long enough. So, I see this, and I look at it within the context of this, and I just see, okay, we're at new all-time highs back in December. This thing was breaking out way, way, way out of the range from where it had been trading. So I expect some kind of a pullback. It looks like we've bounced awful low for now. My bogey is always going to be, either a certain percent from my cost basis or like a key level. In this case, the key level was like the $65 area. So, obviously this sucks to be long a fund that, that you owned it at 100 and now at 76, but I can take it. So I stay away from the 2 to 3 times leveraged. They're great trading instruments, Logan. I would never, ever invest in a leveraged fund. Why? Because they tell you that's not how they're supposed to be used. Direction, pro shares, they will tell you do not buy and hold these funds. That's not what they're for. They're for trading. I would absolutely trade them. I would hold them for a couple days, maybe a week. I would not buy it and then forget that I owned it for 6 months. That is a recipe for disaster. Oh man, it is 2:58. Time flies when you're having fun. Any other questions from chat that I can get to? I feel like I don't do a great job always of keeping an eye on chat during the show. So I got to get better at that. I'm not as good as Neil Hamilton, that's for sure, as far as chat's concerned. We're about to debut. What's the word? Premiere our next episode of First Trade in a couple minutes. So that'll be up next on this stream. So as I said this morning, we're doing separate streams in the morning and then one long stream in the afternoon. So this stream will continue for the rest of the day. Let's see. Do you trade very much or mainly investor? So I have different accounts, right? In my Fidelity account, I mainly do investing. Okay. I'll any swing trading that I do is going to be in my Webull account. So, and I kind of keep those separate. I don't really trade ETFs. I'll trade stocks, right? I'll trade a stock. I'll hold a stock for a day, for a week, whatever. Any ETF that I buy, though, I'm buying because I want to hold it for a while. I want to hold it for like a year or more. So, and that's just kind of sort of how like my behavior is. I look at ETFs as more of a buy and hold thing, and I will buy and hold stocks, but I will also trade stocks. I try not to trade ETFs unless they're leveraged, of course, or inverse, in which case they're meant to be traded. But as a general rule, I try to not trade ETFs and keep my trading on stocks. I have a much shorter leash for stocks than I do for the ETFs. Why? Because they're more diversified, and I feel like over time the diversification will only help you. Solar up and up. Good point. Solar up and up. It's like, why would you air first trade during the day? Yeah, you're not totally wrong, Solar. I'll have to pass it along to the powers that be. Logan and Reed hopped into DFEN for a few months. I'm curious how that worked out. I'm genuinely curious. I'm not trolling you. I would love to know how that worked out. WCBR for a cybersecurity ETF. Yeah, Coupon Boy. I know that one. I don't own that. I own CIBR, but I am familiar with WCBR. I looked at that one when I wanted to buy it. I looked at Hack, settled on cyber, but yeah, it's a solid fund. The exposure is a little bit different, but it's a solid fund, no doubt. Okay, that being said, producer Rohan, are we good to go on First Trade? No.
What up? Now you can hear me.
Now I got you.
Are we good to go? Yeah, sorry, my camera up here is giving me some trouble, so you're going to get the ceiling camera today. So you can see the back of my head.
The back of Rohan's head, all right.
And you saw Aaron's arm there. Cool. Hey, Solar up and up. I'd love to know what you think is the ideal time for First Trade.
Not now, he's saying, he or she saying.
Yeah, I guess not now, but you're going to get it now. That's the plan. But we're always, willing to adjust the schedule, what makes sense for everyone.
Yeah.
But folks, pretty sweet episode we got here. Got this trader that you guys might not have heard of.
Okay.
Michael Roy. He is the blind trader on Twitter. So pretty cool story.
Wait. He's blind?
So legally, yes, he can. Basically, okay. He has like his vision limited to a small degree of vision, and can see like small parts of the screen. But I mean, despite that, the guy's in the chair like 6 hours a day trading. And
tell me he at least has like a sense of humor about it.
Oh, he's pretty funny, yeah. And you'll see that in the episode. He's got some jokes.
Good stuff.
So I'm excited to share this one with you guys, and
I'm excited to watch it.
It's ready for you. So, folks, why don't we hop on over to First Trade?
Let's do it.
All right.
Welcome to First Trade, the show where we're educating new investors and traders. We recognize that some of us are experienced traders,
and some of us aren't. That's why we wanted to level the playing field and make the markets accessible to everyone.
Thanks for tuning in, and we hope you enjoy the show.
Hello, and welcome to First Trade Episode 7. What is going on, everyone? It is your boy, Rohan. That is your man, Michael. And today, I regret to inform you, is in fact the last episode of First Trade. We got a couple calls from the dudes up above in the company, and
the higher ups.
It's just not feeling this show. You guys aren't showing it the love. We still only have 9 ratings on Apple Podcasts somehow.
Honestly, if I had to guess, there was one thing that was gonna stop the show, would not have been the Discord ratings. If I'm being totally honest, and somehow that's been the bane.
Well, you told them that you would stop coming back if you didn't get more reviews.
Nobody gave a shit because we didn't get more reviews.
Anyway, what I would normally say at this point in the show is how First Trade is a show where we come together and try and learn, because we know out there the trading world can be confusing. It was confusing for me because I'm a very beginner trader, kind of a noob. Anyway, so
fair.
We're just trying to learn from episode 1 to 7. I was learning, but you guys don't want me to learn more or something. And so with that, I regret to inform you that this will indeed be the last episode. Psych.
Good April Fool's joke, dude.
But yeah, it's not actually April Fool's for you guys. That was last week, but it is Thursday, April 1st for us as we're recording today. Michael, what is going on? How's your day been? How was your April Fool's?
Yeah, it's been good, man. I actually, until we were recording this episode, and I will be fully transparent right now, I did not know it was April Fool's. I forgot today was April 1st. I was up till like 3 a.m. working last night, and then I got up at like 5 a.m. working today. So I didn't remember that it was April 1st. I just knew it was like, today I was literally remembering that it's the first day of Q2, which for me means the first day of like going after new contracts and like recurring contracts and stuff like that. So that's how I classify my days. I was not thinking in terms of like April 1st.
I'm Michael. I like to make money.
Hey, shut the Listen, I know it sounds really bad. That's literally how I was terming like this day. I wasn't thinking it was like April 1st.
Finance, bro.
So I totally forgot. I feel like, yeah, I did not even remember it was April 1st today. So I forgot about April Fools until just now when you recorded the epic intro. So now I remember. But it was actually a good week. Today was a good day. I've been like down on every stock I have for like the last 2 weeks. Today was actually up. Yesterday was actually up. So I finally like got back 90% of what I lost. So yeah, it's been a good week, man. Tomorrow's Good Friday. Today, tomorrow was Good Friday, and next week it won't be when people are watching this. But yeah, it's been a good week.
Sweet, man. So yeah, I mean, it's a pretty solid day. Fun day in the office. We tried to do some April Fool's jokes. Didn't do anything that crazy, other than this one, obviously, best one ever.
What did you guys actually do? Because I didn't get in here until like 2:30 today. I worked from home.
Neil had a pretty good one.
What did he do?
He canceled his show and quit Benzinga and moved to another company.
Oh, that is pretty good.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool. I like that.
Yeah, it was funny.
I wish you would do that sometime, but like have it not be a joke and actually leave this.
Wow.
All right, that's mine. I'm done.
Nice. I'll give you that one.
Thanks.
All right, folks. Well, you know what? We've diddle-daddled around. I don't know.
Not a word.
It's not a word. I know.
We've dilly-dallied.
Dilly-dallied around enough.
Thank you.
So it's time we get into like the meat of this episode. What are we here for? We have a pretty sweet guest. One who I would say has a unique trading story. And I'm sure you guys will be very interested to hear from him. So, look forward to that in just a couple minutes here. We will get into that. The markets, like you said, are up. I am making my way slowly to not being deeply, deeply in the red with my account. Well, guys, unlike Michael, we actually do have a pretty sweet guest coming on. I don't want to waste your time. I know we need to get right into the juiciness of this episode. That is a weird word. But this guest has a pretty unique trading story, one that I'm sure you guys will be interested to hear about. So without further ado, it is about that time.
Let's bring him on. Let's do it.
Let's bring on Mike, the Blind Trader. Mike, what's up? How's it going?
It's going good. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for being on, man. It's great to have you.
I like your Fortnite shirt. I'm not much of a player. I tried playing it like once or twice, and I just realized that. Oh, there we go. I love the openness about that. I would have tried to fake it, but yeah, no. I tried playing it once, and I realized all these children are much better than me. So
Yeah, no,
I try not to compete.
they move too fast for me.
All right. Well, Mike, how are you doing today? How's your week in trading been? The market's been moving up today for once a little bit. So
Yeah, I actually had a pretty good week this week.
all
So
right, there we
take
go.
some profit off the table on a few things.
Nice.
Love it. So for those of you who don't know, Mike goes by the Blind Trader for a reason. Pretty incredible story. And we'd love to hear about it. Mike, why don't you just introduce yourself a little bit, let the audience get to know you.
My name's Mike, and I have retinitis pigmentosa. It's a rare eye disease. It causes tunnel vision. So I've got about 5 degrees of vision left. And my central vision is still pretty decent. It's starting to fade. I'm still fortunate enough to be able to work a computer and be able to see it really well, I guess, compared to some others. I also have macular edema, which is another part of that is what's causing the central vision to act up.
Gotcha. That's crazy. Obviously this is like the question in all of our minds, clearly, but so, can you tell us like briefly the story of how you got into trading then? And at what point did this start for you where you knew that you were going to be trading even with, the macular degenera and whatever else you had going on? What's your background into getting into trading and kind of getting started there?
Well, I lost my job, I guess, about 6 years ago, and I got on disability, and I was bored. Didn't have anything to do all day, and just going crazy. I'm not a big sports fan or anything, so it's hard to find hobbies for me. I prefer making money.
There we go.
Done right. And my wife brought home that Robinhood app. I know you guys have heard that so many times.
Of course, yeah.
She's like, hey, I think you might like this. So I checked it out, and I was like, oh, yeah. And I got on YouTube and started YouTubing all kinds of different stuff about the stock market, and ran across Andy with Mighty Soldiers Trades. And from there, it just took off. I just fell in love with it. And he's pretty much helped me to get where I'm at today and introduced me to everybody that's been able to help me since then.
That's awesome.
Damn, that's awesome.
I love that line. It's like, I'd rather be making money.
That's awesome.
No, that's great. So I guess with that then, do you remember what your actual first trade was? It's a question we love to ask on the show because of the name of the show. I'd love for you to walk us through your first trade, if you remember the ticker, why you were going for it, and how it ended up panning out.
My first trade could have made me a wealthy man, honestly, because I started in January of last year before the market crash, and I was paper trading through March. Andy told me to do some paper trading, get used to it. Well, I paper traded all the way through the crash and was still paper trading a little bit afterwards. And that's when I decided I'm going to sell my truck. So I sold my truck. I hadn't drove it in years, and took that money and put it into account and bought plug power. And it kept going down like stocks do. You buy and it goes down.
Right.
I kept selling it, and I'd buy back in, and I'd have to sell it again because I didn't realize what I was doing. I didn't know nothing about what I was doing. I was just trying to do the day trade thing where I could buy it, bounce, sell it, And if I couldn't get it to bounce, I was selling it. If I'd have known now, or if I'd known then what I know now, I'd have held on to plug power because that thing went flying.
Oh man, it sure did.
I was trading, I think, at like $3 or $4.
Yeah.
And I got it for free on Robinhood. That's what made me trade plug.
Oh man.
It was one of my trades I got for free. And then I got PCG, was another trade. I got it through Weeple. Gotcha. And I actually got 3 of them. But I still trade PCG. I still like that stock. Okay. I know it's not much, but I trade stocks that are a little bit slower because I have to rest my eyes a lot. So I like to trade stocks that I can control.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And so, are you, with that, I guess, are you still mostly day trading? Or, tell us a little bit about what your trading style is. And also, I'd love to hear, since you mentioned Robinhood and now you mentioned Webull, what's your platform of choice?
Oh, I use Thinkorswim.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my favorite one. I've tried all the rest of them, and I just can't see well enough on them. With TOS, you can blow everything up really well. You can change the colors easily. It's really
okay. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people like Thinkorswim, especially from the day traders I know.
Yeah.
And so, is that what you do? Are you day trading, or are you swinging, or?
I do some day trading. Today, I was able to do some day trading on Hang on, I'll tell you what I traded. I traded UAVS when it dropped down to the $6 range. I bought in on that one and rode it back up for, I think, about 13, 14 cents. Just a quick day trade in and out of that one. I tried to trade OI, and I ended up losing on that one. It went down right after I bought it, and I was like, I don't know enough about it. So I got out, and that thing went straight up afterwards.
We've all done that too many times. Yeah.
But I do like to swing trade. I like to buy stock, but I like to go in with small shares, and then I'll let it work for a little while and see how that stock's going to react with me in it. And if I can get it to drop back down some more, I like to buy more. And then if it comes back up above my number, I'll sell that first batch that I bought and try to buy again when it bounces back under and build me a nice position at a cheap price, if that makes sense to you guys.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a cool strategy. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's worked for me this year. So, I know how the market can change every year. So, but this year that has kind of been my strategy.
Nice. So what are some of your big wins from this year then? I mean, this has been a crazy year for everybody trading, obviously, like 2020, the last 12 months. And I mean, you've got a more unique story than I'm sure many of us that are trading here on this channel. So what have been some of the big wins for you? What are some of the stocks you've really crushed? What are some stuff you've been able to ride up? What's been going well for you?
CCIV. I just sold some big shares in that one today and was able to make some good profit. I've been buying and then selling and then buying again, and I built me a price down to right at like $20.40 something, I think.
Oh, nice.
So I got in at a good price, and I did do good with that one. My worst trade this year was Fubo. I got all upset over that because I thought it was going to be big. I thought it was going to, blow up just like a Roku. So I thought, I ain't selling that thing. No, I lost all my profit from January and February on that one.
Oh man,
this year. So I'm literally back to the break even from where I lost that after getting. So I'm okay. At least I'm profitable this year, and
okay,
there you go.
Year. I can't say the same for myself. So
if you'd have asked me that 2 weeks ago, I was not profitable.
No, it's funny. I've had the same thing. Like this year started off pretty strong for me. I had a couple of different. I took most of my money out like later last year, September, October. Really stopped investing for the most part. I had all of my money in cash, and I bought a few stocks back because I'm like, we're still going up. I don't see any reason it's going to come down. So I bought a few. The later half of December was pretty solid. January started strong for me, and then the last month and a half, it's just been down like every day consistently. It's just been in the red. But it felt good because I took the wait and see the wait and see approach. I waited, I let it sit, I didn't get impatient, and this week I finally bounced back up in the couple positions I'm in. I finally like almost clawed back like 90% of what I've been down the last month and a half. So finally bounced back. It's settled out in the end. Sometimes it's just like, and I'm sure you've had this experience too, but sometimes it's just being patient. Letting things bounce back and not jumping out of it before it's time.
It is, yeah. That's what it comes down to. You got to be patient, and part of that patience for me is not putting all my money in the market, because if I've got money in the account and cash, then I can be patient because I can always buy more dips. Build my position on up. But I do like to trade stocks that I feel comfortable with. Fubo was just I got a little bit overboard with that one. I got too excited.
I feel like it happens to everyone at some point.
Yeah.
I started trading with, like, my first trade was the first episode of this show, and so we're on 7 now. So it's been 7 or this would be the 7th or 8th week. I think we took a bye week, but so I've been mostly catching the market while it's down and haven't been going crazy. I don't have a whole lot in there, so I'm still waiting for that dumb decision to make or something like that. But for me, that's Torchlight right now. I'm just holding on that one.
Yeah.
Brutal.
I think Mike and I are kind of in the same boat, except my average cost is definitely higher than his.
Yeah, I got into a little bit later. I'm like, I'm going to beat you out on this one. I'm going to get a little bit. Yeah, I've been crushed on it too. It's been brutal for both of us. Yeah.
So I wanted to ask a little bit, because you mentioned you mentioned Mighty Soldiers trades. Andy, a great guy. I've met him once. He came in the office. How do you, and so it seems like you really found a community there. Did you want to speak to how finding a community helps you grow as a trader? And what would you recommend for other beginner traders?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. If you can get out there and meet some people that you can trust to give you good advice, then that's the best route to go, because you can ask them anything. They're not gonna tell you a lie. They're gonna hurt your feelings if it has to be hurt. Believe me, Andy's hurt mine before. Let me know when I've bought stuff and shouldn't have done it. Yeah. Yeah. I just kind of, luckily, he don't hear me yelling on the other end. But no, it's yeah. You gotta have some people to talk to and learn from, and you need somebody that's had that experience, because there's no way I would know what I know in the market or anything about the market if I didn't know Andy, because I would have just been reading what I see on Twitter and on YouTube, and everybody on Twitter and YouTube is just rich. They're all making Lamborghini money, as they say.
Yeah.
Yeah. So true. So true.
Yeah.
So true. Yeah. And it's hard to, I feel like there's plenty of people out there. There's plenty of people who keep it real, but there's plenty of people who kind of portray this life of, just
Get rich quick.
get rich quick, stuff to make you kind of envious, but they don't really, build you up along the way. And the reason I wanted to ask you about, advice to beginner traders and finding a community, like we're trying to build a community over here with First Trade, with Benzinga as a whole, but regardless, there's so many great ones out there. Atlas Trading, we've had the Atlas guys on our show before.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask, like, what do you recommend for someone when they, like, how do they find a community? How do they get into it,
Well, finding a community is just something you've honestly got to get out there and just look for it. Like I said, I watched YouTube videos, and I started off watching Squirrel Trader, and I don't know if you guys know who that is. He was on one of your all shows before.
Okay. Yeah.
And I tried a few of the other ones that were a lot bigger that day traded, and I couldn't keep up with them. And you need somebody that's going to be able to talk back to you as well. So just it's got to be a smaller community for somebody like myself, so I can have time to type and read what they have to say without it being 1,000 words a second, because I can't keep up with all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, yeah,
Andy,
definitely.
Andy, whenever I first started, it wasn't that big of a community, I don't think. And he's just kind of blown up over time, and it's even harder now for me to keep up with him. So they gave me my own room in their Discord, so I can type stuff in and they can chat with me in there. So
dude, that feels like Rohan in all of our company group chats. Like, that just blows us up all the time. We can't even keep up. It's ridiculous.
Wow. You had to get one in before I got one on you, huh?
I figured I'd strike first this time. Yeah.
Wow.
Honestly, though, I'd just say you gotta get out there and you gotta try. You gotta look for some people, and coming and watching Benzinga here you're gonna meet tons of them. I mean, after Andy introduced me to you guys, I've got tons of friends that I can talk to and ask just about anything, because y'all are just a community. It's just a really cool community here.
That's awesome.
Awesome, man. That's so good to hear. That's a blast. I guess I think my last question, that kind of like plays off that same kind of thing. I mean, if you were talking to this community of like obviously newer traders, we've got a ton of people ranging from experienced investors to people who are just getting started. If there's one piece of advice you could give, knowing what you know in the market now, what's the biggest piece of advice, or maybe 2 or 3 pieces of advice you'd give to newer investors that are just getting started? This is the First Trade show. What would you say to people that are getting into it? What would you keep in mind?
I would say take your time, practice paper trading just a little bit. I don't think you need to overdo it, but do a little bit of paper trading, because you're not going to get the good feel for it. And when you switch over to cash, get a cash account. Don't go margin. Stay cash at first, and trade small. Get a feel for the market. That's number one. Number two, I'd say, is make sure you do your research before you buy into something. Don't just think those EMAs are going to give you the answer every time. Make sure you know something about that company that's positive, and go off of that, because you don't want to just trade EMAs. You'll hear a lot of people on YouTube and stuff just say, when this EMA crosses this one, I buy. I sell when it crosses this one. No, make sure it's got a purpose for going up, if that makes sense. Just
100%.
Yeah, do a little bit of research.
Do your own research. Do your DD.
Yeah, even if you trust your community, that if you found your community already, still do your own research.
Do the research.
Still, do your own stuff on it, and go in with your own plan. Don't follow somebody.
Love it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense, because you can always get ideas from other people, but
I get ideas from you guys all day long. I don't go in just because you guys tell me about these ideas. I go back and I do some research on them, and I find me an entry, just like you all are probably finding you an entry on them.
I love it.
No, I love it. That makes sense. Yeah,
Yeah.
you gotta find your own style too. Like just like you did, you know.
Yeah.
I guess we didn't really talk about it, but I know that you were getting into scalping a little bit, along with like the swing trades, and you obviously found something that works for you. And just like that, you I feel like everyone really needs to find that. I'm still working on it, trying to figure out what works best for me. But
I still will do a little bit of scalping. If I see something that is like, ooh, that's money, I'm gonna try to scalp it out of there real quick. And if I can't get it, oh well, I tried. And I can't say I just trade one way. I do focus my trades on swing trading them. I'd like to have a little bit of fun. The market can get boring if you don't do a little bit of day trading.
yeah, no. I mean, you gotta have fun with it, obviously.
Yeah.
How much time do you spend trading?
I'm home all day long, so if my eyes are okay, I'm at the computer. So I'll probably spend at least between 3 and 6 hours a day.
Oh wow.
At my desk. Just
That's
depends
awesome.
on if and then some days I can't come to my desk at all because my eyes will just be too. If my macular edema acts up, it causes everything to go white, and any light just blinds me. I work around that, but I can listen to YouTube videos. I still listen to you all. I just turn it on and listen.
Okay, there we
Like
go.
I hope it's not too painful for you.
I hope we don't annoy you too much.
Not at all. I said I just miss Jason not coming on here lately. I wish more people would come in and watch the show.
Oh, he'll be back. What is it?
Jason back on.
Jason comes back Monday, I think,
I was
right?
about to say, they said he swung in there, but there wasn't enough people in there, so he left.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, he's my favorite one.
No, he'll make his way back on for sure.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I guess that was most of the questions I had for you, Mike, but pretty incredible, and I'd love to see it. Did you have any, like words of wisdom or advice or even motivation at this point? Because, you talk about, having to rest your eyes and then coming back to it, and it sounds like you really love trading. But for those people who are maybe apprehensive to get into it, and maybe to those people who think that they can't do it for whatever reason, do you have anything you want to say to them?
Yeah, I've had people tell me that it's illegal to trade like certain stocks or anything. They just don't know enough about the market. So people just need to do a little bit of research and realize that you can do it. Just anything's possible. No matter what you're going through, what's going on in your life, what you're struggling with, you can do this. It's simple if you, like you guys were saying, you take the time and build a plan and work your own strategy in it. I'm not saying it doesn't get difficult, because it can, but it is something that I think everybody should trade in the stock market at some point. Everybody should give it a try. I wish I would have known about it when I was younger, because I would have really enjoyed it.
That's great.
Cool.
And yeah, no, I mean, love to hear it. And I agree. Everyone should give it a go. Why not? Learn, I wish I had started earlier. Thankfully, I'm still fairly young, I think, and that's what I'm trying to learn. But
the people here in Kentucky, they don't. You mentioned stock market, and they'll freak out like, "Oh gosh, you messing with that?" And they don't know nothing about it. I love people around here, but they don't know nothing about it. They're like, oh man.
That's awesome.
But I've been trying to tell everybody, get into the market. Just buy something you like, something you know. Buy the dips. That's what I tell everybody. Buy the dips. Just
buy the dip.
Buy the dip. Love it. Love it, man.
Part of why we're trying to make this show also is like just to make it easier to find this information, because a lot of the stock shows, a lot of the content out there is very like intermediate to advanced level content, right? They expect you to have a basic understanding or just know the stuff. And it almost, at a certain point, it feels like you're almost like scared to ask the question sometimes, because you're like should I know this?
And that's me. There's a lot of big words on there that I can't pronounce, and I'm like, I still need to know what they mean. So I'd love somebody to go over all of it.
There we go, Mike. Thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate you taking the time to come hang out with us for a little bit. And just to the audience, go check out Mike on Twitter, The Blind Trader. Pretty sweet story, Mike. And, keep us updated on how your trading's going. I'm sure that you'll be doing well in the markets. hopefully I'll catch up to you. It sounds like you're doing better than I am right now. But best of luck to everyone out there. Hopefully the market's picking up. We had SPY hit. Did it hit 400 today?
4,000.
4,000. That's what I meant. No, 400. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
actually, don't even actually listen to me. Yeah, I don't even know.
I seen Dipty Dan say something about it hitting 420. He's got a spot set at 420 for it.
Love it. All right, Mike. Well, thanks for joining us, and reach out, come back on, hang out with the community. I'd love to have you around more.
Thank you all for having me on here. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike.
All right,
take it easy, man.
Care.
Take it easy. All right, Mike. That was pretty sick, right?
Solid, yeah. What a great guest.
Pretty cool story, right? I know, that would be difficult, but it sounds like he's really passionate about trading, and despite the difficulties that he had to overcome, he found a trading strategy, and I want to talk a little bit about that too, right? Like, one, he tried out different things to try and find his trading strategy. He found a community. He found a mentor. And, despite any difficulties he might have had to overcome, Mike was able to, put the effort in, go all in. Like he said, he spends like 6 hours a day now. It's way more than I look at my account.
It's awesome. I know.
Yeah, so
even with a difficulty like that, like spending 6 hours in front of the computer, that's incredible. He's overcome so much, and he's been successful at it too, which is awesome. But I love to talk about the mentor too. You've got to have the mentor that's going to get you into it and teach you how to do it. Especially, when you're dealing with the difficulty that he has too, finding a mentor, I feel like, is an even bigger deal. So he's found the mentor, he found the things that works for him, and he's got the important stuff right too. Do the due diligence, I love how he even called it out. And he's like, just because Benzinga is telling me to do it, like, I don't go do it. Like, I
Facts.
still do my own research. I love that. That's
Facts.
awesome.
Don't just listen to our ideas blindly.
Yeah, please don't.
Especially not mine.
Yeah, especially.
And especially not Mike's, as we've seen from my first trade.
Doubly, especially. Yes, thank you.
Mike, how's your weekend trading been?
It's been good.
What's the account looking like right now?
Yeah, I talked about it in the beginning. Definitely up. Like I said, I still got a position in end phase, which is decent. I like all the talk about the Green New Deal. I like the stuff about the going back to clean energy. I think that's going to help. Still got end phase. I still got some marijuana stocks. Canopy Growth is still one I'm holding. And I still got a position in Torch, which, you and I are kind of in the same boat. That's riddled with fucking bullet holes and sinking in Torch, but I'm still in it. Like, I figured at this point, what do I have to lose?
Hey, at this point, you know what? Maybe there will be, in fact, a merger.
Well, you would think so at this point. Why sell though? I'm only down like 26% or something. It's nothing, right? Like, might as well just hold it.
I'm down more than that, but that's okay.
Okay. Well, either way,
like I said, but here's the thing. Like we talked about in the first episode, I was willing to lose it, so I'm not gonna
exactly. If it's not a big deal, if you don't have your house mortgaged over it, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, for sure. So my account's a similar situation. I'm invested $600 into the account, not a huge amount, but I am down like 150. It seems like everything seems to be down this week. Well, we are picking up today, so I did see some of my Celsius is up, so that's cool.
Celsius, good pickup.
Yeah, so that's been doing well. Something I've been eyeing today, it just happened, is my dad called me in the morning. He's like, check out EBS, Emergent Biosolutions. Is that what it is?
I don't even know what that is.
I don't know too much. I know that they have something to do with like the COVID situation.
Who's your dad getting fed inside information from? He just called you randomly and said, look at EBS?
Dude, but Luke called it out on the show today. That's what I was about to bring up.
Oh, that's awesome. Your dad's as hooked up as Luke. That's great. Wow, cool. Anyway.
Yeah. No, I'm sure he heard it, and then so that is what I'm looking at today, because it took a dip, but it's usually a well-performing stock from what I've heard. So obviously I'm going to look into that, why and whatnot. So that's what's on my mind in terms of trades.
Dig it.
What about this weekend news? Today we did finally hit the 400 in SPY. What was actually the top of that? I gotta pull that up and check it out. But meanwhile, why don't you tell us a little bit about kind of the current news in stocks this week, and what what you might be interested in. What are you looking at?
Other than the SPY, it's been a good question. I've been head down in work all week, so I haven't paid too much attention to the news. But I know Biden's infrastructure deal came out. That's interesting to me, because I do wonder what's going to happen with construction stocks and stuff like that. there's a couple of really interesting plays that I think could happen there. One that I'm actually pretty excited about. I know a local real estate developer actually in West Bloomfield, here in Michigan, that may be making a big land purchase to do some electric car charging stations combined with a car wash, which would actually be pretty interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I don't know what the safety measure is of having like a car wash next to like electricity, but either way,
Is it plugged in while it's getting washed?
I feel like they probably wouldn't do that. But no, I do. There's a real estate guy or a developer that I know in West Bloomfield that's thinking about a large land purchase to put up a car wash mixed with like some electric car charging stations, which is interesting. Because I mean, you're tying in like the infrastructure deal with the green energy and trying to push things towards clean tech. So I think that could be an interesting thing. Like I'm obviously seeing it locally with guys like the real estate developer. I don't know how big it could get nationally, but construction stocks I like. I think there's going to be a lot of federal subsidies for growth and especially green energy too. So that's an interesting one. I'm going to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, man. I was actually driving past, and I don't know how common these things are, but it was the first time I saw a car wash that was like an eco car wash, which was really interesting.
Wow.
Basically, like they wash your car with all like recycled or collected water.
Wow, that's cool.
And so I just wonder if that's like maybe that's like kind of tying into that
What
in
area
terms of.
do you live in?
Dude,
This
it's
must
not
be
where
a
I was
very
living in at
bougie
all.
area.
I think I was driving past like the airport area or something like that.
Wow.
Like Merriman or something around there.
Interesting. Wow. Well, it sounds very bougie, but anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it was super low key. I just kind of saw it off to the side, but I was like, huh, interesting. I actually haven't seen that
Unique.
before.
Very cool.
So SPY is sitting at 461 cents. So we have broke 400.
Wow.
Kind of hanging around there. So if you bought in June, good for you.
Yeah, it's been a good run.
You're an awfully lucky person.
No doubt.
But that's kind of been this week, I guess. And anything else in terms of stocks you're eyeing?
At the moment, like I said, I've been so head down. It's been a crazy week. I haven't been able to get as much into research as I'd like. Hopefully over the weekend. Like I said, we had a lot of church and stuff this past weekend, so I didn't really get to do my usual research on Sunday. This Sunday coming up, I should be able to do a lot more looking into some stocks I like, find some more tickers, and probably get back into a couple new positions. But like I said, the infrastructure deal is big. Want to keep an eye on that, just see what happens with construction stocks and add some new stuff to it next week. We'll see what's going on. Oil stocks are a big one. I mean, the ship got out of the Suez Canal, which is huge.
Yeah.
So that's been a good one to keep an eye on. Oil is interesting because they could go up or down there. I mean, I've seen it go both ways. So I don't know. That's one to keep an eye on too.
Up, down, and sideways. There we go, folks. So this is the kind of the part where we got to drop some plugs. We got to promote a little bit. If you are not on our Discord already, what are you doing? Hop in there, join our Discord. It is in the link. And of course, if you are tired of our faces, I know sometimes I get tired of Michael's face. You're welcome to listen to our podcast, which is available on all your favorite podcasting platforms, including Apple Podcasts. But where it helps us out the most is if you leave a review for us on Apple Podcasts. We are still sitting at 9. I don't really know how, but if you go in there, leave something funny, leave a nice story, we'd really appreciate it. We had some giveaways, and they didn't seem to, I promoted it a second time where I'd said, even if you're not on it, maybe just drop a follow, show that you downloaded an episode, shoot me an email at rohan@benzinga.com. So either way, if you're interacting with the show, if you're a fan of it, then let us know, and we might hook you up. Folks, with that, I think it's time that we wrap this up.
Yeah, let's wrap it up.
And we shall see you next week. Folks, that was...
All right, it is time for market prep at the close.
3 consecutive highs, opened, matched yesterday's low, and then once it took out there, that's all the breakout momentum traders needed.
From no experience to a lot of experience. Let's pivot off of that. Is here. Roll. Wake up, please. I need you.
Oh, Spencer, you need me. I'm sorry.
I need you.
I'm sorry, I fell asleep. I was watching and I fell asleep there.
Hey.
What is going on, man? This is a real yawner of a market today.
You're really boring. Uneventful. Flat in the S&P. Flat basically in the NASDAQ. Down 1%. Almost 2%, I guess, in the Russell. Actually, the Russell is interesting, but the rest of the indexes are not. One of those days.
Yeah, let's just run things down here. Oh, wrong screen here. Spencer's going to say, "Oh, show us your charts." So I'll show us the charts, and I'll show you what we got going on. It really, I was just taking a nap there just because the markets are so quiet today. Way under the 9-day average trading range. Is something that you don't see very often. I have the 9-day trading range over 50 handles, and we don't even have a 20 handle range today. So what that means is just a little bit of consolidation after a big move, a bull trend. What's that mean? It just means consolidation, perhaps to go higher. S&Ps did improve on the pre-market high, not by much. We got to 73.50. And on the downside, I mean, we didn't even get near the low from yesterday. So just a quiet day. That's what you need every once in a while. Markets just can't go straight up every day. Crude,
Why not?
man, it's trying to find its way over 60, but 60.04 is a high today. It's only up 27 cents at 59.60. Gold, that's down 680 at 1736.20. That's 1750 area. When you guys are sick and tired of me talking about 1750 in gold, let me know. Silver, still battling that $25 level. Dipped under it earlier today, but looks like we're going to get a close above it. It's down 8 cents at 25.14 and a half. And 2 bad days for Bitcoin. Now we're down about $3,000, 2,900 on the futures at 55,900. Well, we did talk about this little sleepy range here between basically 57 and 60. We did take out the bottom of it, but Bitcoin just hasn't been the mover as of late. But that can change in a heartbeat.
Maybe we should just start with Tesla. They said there's going to be some delays. I don't know how much.
Oh, I didn't see that.
I don't know how much of a surprise this is. They said there's going to be delays on deliveries of new Model S and Model X vehicles. Without looking too closely, it's probably due to the semiconductor shortage.
Wait a second. Didn't I just have news that they were just like rolling them off the line and that they were like just bang up? Oh, so this is for next quarter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, folks, I don't know about the deliveries. I don't know about if Tesla and Elon Musk is going to put someone on the moon. All I know is that until this thing gets through 720, the path of least resistance is lower. And it's not like I've been talking about it for like a day or two. I've been talking about this for 2 weeks. Yesterday, very disappointing that it didn't get back up and even test the 720. So that gave you a little bit of an instinct. I mean, you just got to, I don't know what you're doing with the options. I don't know if you think this thing's going to 3,000. All I know is that until you can clear 7, I might even bring it down now. But that's just a big level coming back down, maybe a trading range a little bit here in Tesla, but not surprised. Today's low, not much on the downside. Let's see, 658. Oh, that's 658. We didn't even get to that. 4-day low, 59.52. Currently at 68.52.
I want to go to social media here for a second, Joel. I want to talk Snapchat, Twitter, Pinterest. Maybe let's start with Snapchat because that's up the most this morning, up almost 6%, and off the highs of the day, but really not by much. And they had a headline. They bought a company this morning, but all three stocks moving together, moving higher. Obviously, the Twitter and Snapchat charts look a lot different than the Pinterest chart. But that being said, both Twitter and Snapchat are off the bottom. They are gaining back some of these losses.
Right. And you've had a little bit of a rotation, right? We talked about, some of the stocks that were coming back. And let's just look at this. And I did see the Twitter news. They might start finally charging for something. What a novel idea. Or they might start doing transactions on the platform. But let's look at Snapchat here. And you had oh man, I didn't get my retracement in here, right? Because this is a juicy retracement, and all you newbies out there, I want you to pay attention to this because this is something that you can apply to almost any stock at almost any time, an up move or a down move, right? You had a very nice move. I don't know if that was off earnings. 73.59 high, cratered. What was your low? Boom, 47.92 in that area. And now you're coming right back up, and it's right around a nice whole number. It's 60. So if you're looking for this mood to continue, I don't know if we're just going to blast through it tomorrow we'll get to this high at 63.23. But I think a best case scenario is let you come up here and then just, show that you can hold 60 for a couple days and get another leg higher. All kinds of resistance really when you get to between 63 and 65. But a lot of traders, a lot of mid swing traders, they're using this like they bought the dip here and they're just using this as a target. They don't care about this going to 65. They don't care about this going to 70. Boom, they got the retracement. They're out. They're moving on to the next trade. And I saw Twitter. Remember we talked about Twitter a long time ago, and I said, man, there's someone unloading the farm at 75. Remember when we talked about that?
Mm-hmm.
And then I like took my eye off it and went to 80 one day. And when Twitter made that all-time high? Do you know what happened on that day?
I know what day. Oh God.
February 25th.
Oh, then I was gonna guess that was the day Trump was banned, but that wasn't that day.
No. What do you like? You get excited about sometimes, and I don't know if it was from earnings or whatever, but didn't they give an update or something? And
that was their investor day. That's
investor day.
Yeah. That's right. I knew that.
Right.
Yeah.
So did they tell investors that this was the high of the move and they should get the hell out or not? Right?
Yeah. It's a good point. It's a good point, no doubt.
Investor day. They're trying to fleece the investors. But this is easy 80 to 60. Oh, look at that. Filled the gap from earnings. I didn't even pay attention to this one because it drives me crazy. Do own it from $20. Never plan on selling it. 70 is a high today. Figure your retracement in there. Another high here it made on the rebound. 70, what's the high today? Couldn't clear 70 today. So look in your New York book. There might be some paper there at 70. 69.97 was the high. Boom, another high. Just so it's, once again, just wow, these charts are mirroring each other. You had the break, you had the retracement. Now, where's the right side of the chart? You can talk about the left side of the chart all you want, but the right side's what matters. And then what's the other one? Pin interest?
Yeah, Pinterest. The chart does not look like that. It looks It's within shouting distance of a new high.
Wow, how many up days in a row is this? I'd be a little bit careful here. How many up days in a row? 1, 2, 3. Oh no, that wasn't. 2 out of 3, 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5, 5 out of 6, 6 out of 7, 7 out of 8 up days. That's a lot. You're looking for more. You can look for more. That's a big string. You gotta. And the only down day in here was just I think it was down 7 cents at the start of the rally. Big move. You can look for more on this one. I would just say this high here at 80. You had a high 85.10. What's your high today? Just over 85.10. 85.55. So there you go. Look over here. Like these last 3 times it got over 85. This session not included, but these last 3 times it got over 85. It caught a cold, and similar to a stock that I was looking at yesterday, GM. Right, this whippy thing makes a new all-time high. But look what it did the last time it got up to that $62 area. Wow, boom! They pulled the rug out from under it. Not saying this is going to happen again. All-time highs, yeah, you don't want to be short when stocks are making new all-time highs. But on the other hand, when they're making new all-time highs, maybe not a bad time to take a look at an exit, partial exit, or reevaluate your downside exposure in the issue.
You know what's going to be really interesting to watch? If today ends up being some kind of a topping event in the cruise stocks. They've all run up on on sentiment. And today you get an actual good headline from the CDC that cruises could start in the summer. They all pop on this headline, and then they all drop on this headline. So I wonder, and of course there's no answer to this now, but I wonder if today is going to end up being some kind of a topping event, noting that we ran up into a news headline. Not that anyone saw this headline coming. We ran up into the headline, and based on, I don't know when the highs were made at 9:30 or 10 o'clock or whatever this morning, but just based on on today's action alone, I'm suspicious. I'm suspicious right now.
Did Carnival come out with their earnings? Was that
this
morning?
Yeah, they said yeah, I mean, I can give you the number. Is it
okay? No, I mean it snuck over 30 for the first time. Absorbed all the paper was there. I mean, how many people were thinking, if this just gets back to 30, I think I'm going to get flat. I just, when it was at 10, if it just gets back to 30, when it was at 15, if it just gets back to 30, well, it did get to 30 today. It actually went to 30.53, and you've backed off. So not the kind of candle you want to see after a stock makes a new high of the move. You haven't taken out the previous day's low, so I wouldn't worry. I see two lows at let's call it 27.72.5. So look at that. If you want to give yourself a little bit more room, then you have those lows under 27. It takes that out, 27.70. It takes out more downside. Today, you should note that today, what's the high close in the move here? Because we kissed 30 before. No, last time, high close in the move has been 29.79. So even though we made a new high for the move, we are still closing, well, who knows what's going to happen in the next 15 minutes, but not a new all-time closing high. Big volume today. Let's see if that reversal comes true. We'll be concentrating on the close and yesterday's low tomorrow.
Yeah, Bill Big D noting they also sold the Beyond Meat news this morning. Actually, a lot of these things that were up.
What was going on with Beyond Meat?
They're opening a facility in China. They're responding to increased demand there. Plant-based meat manufacturing plant in China. That was from this morning.
Wow. Now here, you might have gotten stung a little bit if you were using like your pre-market high as a parameter, because you did get to 39.75. But if you stuck to your guns on that one, when it came back down through that area, boom, it's lights out. Someone's just taking big old profit. So 140, it did have a couple other highs in that area, so that's good. Now nothing right at 140 though, 140.70. Not the kind of day you want to see. It's probably given back over half of this move. Going down on good news, 29.61. That was your low on Monday. 29.91 is your low in today's session. So getting a bounce off it, must hold level for Beyond Meat going over the next couple.
And then the chat is all over our temperate SPAC tone this morning. Not quite bullish SPACs, but at least Dennis throwing the neutral up there, and they all sold off today. Romeo, you look at Hyliion. Hyliion is interesting. We were talking about have the SPACs bottom. Well, maybe.
Who was talking about the SPACs bottoming?
Dennis, not you.
Okay.
Not you.
Right.
I know. No, you didn't say that. You didn't say that. In fairness to you did not say that. Dennis said that.
I just don't know him. He does all the research in him. So I don't know him. So I don't want to, I don't want to call a top. I don't want to call a bottom or anything.
Yeah.
But the thing when he makes these plays, it's like it's setups. And then he'll look at something. Yeah, maybe it's turned. And then, he'll take his nickel loss and move on to the next trade. But at least it's it's a setup. When you can catch the turn on things, it could be a lot more rewarding than, jumping in, at the end of a move. So give it a try.
For sure. Let's do tickers from the chat. Anyone have any tickers? Drop them in. I looked at the earnings calendar. There really is nothing of note to reporting tonight. I guess Dolphin DLPN is reporting, but that's NFT name. Earnings don't matter. No one owning Dolphin owns it for their earnings. So
What is it? What's the symbol on it?
it's DLPN. They have barely any revenue. It's not about that. For anyone in that stock, it's not about the earnings. It's about the NFT.
Oh, well, let's take a look at these. Let's see here. Pop the 30 back. I mean, if you want to strike, I mean, this is the area that it came from. If you're so inclined, it's kind of buyers bunching up here. You got a low to lean on. You just don't want it to take out the low. What was that other one? TKAT? That must be at 500 right now, right? No.
You would think, wouldn't you?
No.
Hey, wait a minute. On that note, Matt Hammond just dropped in the chat. Joel, have you ever in your life seen an IPO like UTME? This is IPO yesterday. I'm calling bullshit on this. I'm calling BS. It's a Chinese company, okay? In 2 days of trading, how many halts have there been? Let's count it up together. 1, 2, 3, 4 yesterday. How many today? 1, 2, 3, 4 today. 8 trading halts in 2 days, the first 2 days of its life as a public company here in the U.S. Have you ever in your life seen that?
No.
Yeah.
No. I guess the well, who underwrote the thing? I mean,
I don't know. I don't know.
You know who I think it was? I think it's a new firm.
Yeah, Debit Suisse, right?
No. Can we cheat them and how?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. You know, if you got profits in it, book it. I know. I haven't seen anything like this. I don't know. I can't even comment.
No, you
time
can't.
limited. I can't even. This is
okay. All right. I asked for tickers.
Not my pay grade.
All right. I asked for tickers, and tickers they came. Let's look
Okay.
at. Oh, haven't looked at Costco for a couple weeks.
Okay.
I actually don't even know what is that an all-time highs now. Let's take a look. No, it is not.
No. Ooh. I'm not gonna say it's dead meat, but I'm saying that you had a great rally from 310 here. You had some other highs right at this area, going back to here. I mean, there's even enough highs here to draw a line, boom across here, and 361, 362. Use the high from yesterday. I mean, it's good that it's not just immediately backing off here, man. But I just don't like all the highs here, the highs here. Like I said, not a bad day. It did back off, but man, you want to see if you really think that this is going another leg higher. Man, you want to tomorrow. Just make sure this clears 361.46. That was the high today. I don't know where we're going to close. Close high. The closing high in this rebound was 60.82. So if you're looking to protect profits, maybe give it down to 357. But it's bunching up. One of the tightest ranges had in a while. Just make sure you get some more follow through on this one.
All right, I stand corrected on that UTME. I think there is we're up to double digit halts now.
Oh, jeez.
Stand corrected. What
I can tell you one thing. Double digit halts on the upside. There will be some double digit halts on the downside. I don't know when, but I predicted. So just be careful. If you're playing this, buy it when it's going up and sell it when it's going up. Because when this thing turns, Katie bar the door. And I'm not trying to predict it. I'm not going to pull that chart up again.
All righty. A few people asked about Fubo. I really don't know, not much sure what there is to say. I will say this. There was a headline out this morning on Fubo that was not even new news. The headline was that the Marquee Sports Network, which is now the network formerly known as WGN, which is where the Cubs are on, was live on Fubo. That deal was signed like a week ago. So it's live today, but they signed an agreement a week ago, so it's not really new news. Fubo is down 7% today again.
Wow, look how early. Look at here, folks. This is the transition from the pre-market to the regular session. And yeah, you took out the pre-market high. You sniffed 22.80 there. But man, once you came back down through the open, I mean, this stock is just the favor. I mean, you got a lot of lows here. If you're trying to pick a bottom here, 2038, I mean, bunch of lows here, bunch of lows in this area. The only problem is like it's bouncing, but then it's coming right back here. So near the low of the move, low risk reward ratio. Who was that guy that was pounding this on Twitter? He was right, wasn't he? What was that guy's name? Rich Greenfield or somebody?
Dennis's new best friend.
Yeah, he walked this thing down, man. He walked it down, and I don't know if it's done going down.
Hey, maybe it is. You definitely
you all with your sports betting and your TV.
I'm so surprised, Joel, of all people, that you are not more in touch with like the legal sports betting market. I really am. Why are you so? You of all people are so bearish. I'm so surprised by that.
You know why?
Why?
It's no fun when it's legal.
I'm just like I really.
I mean, when you had a bookie since you were 8 years old, I mean, what fun is it to like actually do it and
you are
on your phone and stuff? I don't know.
You're so skeptical of these legal companies doing legal things. You are so skeptical.
It's no fun. Like it's no fun when it's legal. I don't know. I just hope people, just like they invest in the markets, that they, do their due diligence.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's just so tough. I mean, sports wagering is just so tough. I mean, the bookies are so good. They're making it on that. Well, not the bookies, the house, they don't have half a point spreads because they're trying to be nice. They're doing half a point spreads so they can hook people on both sides. So I don't know. Then I hear like these data providers coming out for sports. I hope people are doing their due. It's just tough, man. I mean, I like doing these random pools and, suicide pools. I put in like a very small amount of money. If I hit a big payday, I could hit a big payday. But I don't know. I don't know. You're right, Spencer. And also, and we don't want to bore the people with my other foray into sports wagering.
Let's not go back into that now. Let's not go back into that
let's
now.
not go into that.
Alex,
I was only 20 years too early. I mean, about 17 years too early.
All right, one more. Alex Mendez asking about Dropbox. This is interesting. We are now back above that IPO price of $21, and the opening price is $29.10, and those are your bogeys. 21, which we've left in the dust. $29.10 is your opening price in the history of Dropbox as a public company, and we are knocking on the door of that now.
Yeah, well, it looked like they slammed the door on it today because you got I drew this in. This was a long time ago, folks. I drew this in, potential double top. It actually turned into a triple top, and then you couldn't quite get there today. You settled off it. So that's a good number. 3 highs in that area going back, right? 28.30, 28 quarter, 28.22. Today, the boys were still there at 28.14, 27.52 close. So maybe the next time up there, you blow through it. But, it's resistance is resistance until it's taken out.
Here, Joel, Linos in chat says they work for William Hill. We can always limit a good player. The house always wins.
Baby. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
They don't build those hotels in Vegas and give you free meals and free hotels because people are making money. So.
Wait, really? I thought it was because I'm such a great gambler.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Now you
I used to love to go to casino and roll the dice. Now like, what are you going to do? You're going to like wear a mask and have gloves on and pick up the. It's a whole different ball game. But whatever you do, whether if it's investing in the market or doing wagering, do your due diligence. Okay, we can help you on the pre-market prep show with the markets. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I'm a little bit too Michigan biased when it comes to sporting events, but just do your homework and be careful out there, folks.
All right. See you tomorrow, Joel. Thanks a lot. All right. Let me. Yeah. Well, that's funny. All right, let me bring on Mitch here and see if Mitch is coming down off that high, talking to one of his personal heroes, I think, Gary V, earlier in the day. Mitch, you still off that high or what? Still on that high?
What up?
I haven't spoken to you.
I'm feeling it.
I've spoken to you less today than I have like any day that we've both been at work in the last like few months. You've been in like Gary V mode all day.
Yeah, man. You know how it is. I mean, really, it was a great interview. If you guys didn't catch it, of course, check it out, guys. One of the things is not only did we get some good information about SPACs, NFTs, Bitcoin, the new IPO, because Gary V was an investor in Coinbase. So if you want to know more about Coinbase, I think you got to check out that interview also.
Yeah.
But it was fun. Like they were actually having a good time. Like, Gary was like, having a good time with Matt and they were like kind of almost acting like we weren't there.
Yeah.
Gary loves Chris's hair. I got to give a shout out to Chris's hair there. I don't know if you heard that comment, but comments like that, I mean, you can tell they enjoyed it. And that's really what it was all about.
Yeah, I was surprised. I knew when I heard Gary Vee would be on, I thought, probably for like 15, 20 minutes. No, not at all. How long was he on? For like 40 minutes?
Longer than that.
5 minutes? He was on for a long time.
Yeah, let's put it this way. There's not that many people that are able to get that kind of interview.
I was like, shit. Like, how much longer is he going to be on for? I got things to do.
But we had some great questions. I think we were hitting the head on the hammer.
Yeah.
So we hit some questions that even stunned me. I mean, he's so like looking at NFTs in a different perspective that I mean, people got to take a look at it. It's something that even I'm going to start looking at after the look at NFTs, because I mean, the way that he's so animate about it, I mean, he's been right about so many trends. He was on TikTok like to the charm.
Yeah. If you want, Mitch, we can pull up some clips, and I'll bring Drew Levine on now. Drew from his dorm room. What up, Drew?
What up?
We hear. I love Drew's setup, man. He's just in his like dorm, just like this is my room. Deal with it.
This is the same sweater I've worn all week long.
I'm 18 years old. Deal with it. Whatever.
Flex though, flex.
Got her up the M.
Wait, Drew, where actually are you? Are you in Ann Arbor?
I am in Ann Arbor. Yeah, I'm in a apartment building for students.
So Mitch, if you want to pull up the clips, I know we clipped out a lot of that stuff. We can do that.
Yeah.
We can do that right now.
I'm getting something ready for us.
Okay, cool. While he does that, Drew, how's it going? What'd you see out there? By making any trades or what?
Not making any trades today. Trimble, I don't know if we talked about that. I think we did a little bit. That stock is just steadily going up. It's going towards that top right. Palantir not making much of a move. Enphase Energy down a bit here. A lot of my high growth stocks.
We get asked about Palantir all the time, Drew. Do you want to give your thesis real quick?
Yeah, I'm a huge bull when it comes to Palantir. I think most recently they got some like deal or something with like the nuclear codes. So like if the U.S. government trusts this company with nukes, I guess I'll trust them with a few dollars of mine.
Okay,
but
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just want to play do a couple headlines, and I want to play this Gary Vee thing.
Do it.
Dolphin Entertainment DLPN reschedule their earnings call to tomorrow.
Ooh, DLPN.
Yeah, DLPN, the earnings tomorrow. And the FDA gave Gilead approval for its treatment for triple negative breast cancer. So Gilead with a good headline. Oh, Bloomberg is reporting Twitter is set to have discussed a $4 billion takeover of Clubhouse. That would be that'd be interesting.
That's big news, bro. Can you put that in a banner for us? Copy and paste that. That's we gotta leave that at the bottom.
Yeah,
that's big news.
I'll leave that right there. Throw that up on the screen. Bloomberg with the scoop on that one.
The Bloomberg scoop.
Yeah, and that's it as far as first 5 minutes of after hours news. I don't. Let's see. Yeah, that's it for after hours news that I'm seeing. Okay. That being said,
you gotta use some layouts more, bro. Come on. Look at this one. This is your time right now. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, I want to edit this banner to say Bloomberg because they were the ones with the scoop. Give credit where credit is due. That being said, let's play clip, Mitch, if we can.
Boom, boom. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Wait,
All right.
set this up for us, though. Do we know what this clip is?
Okay, so you know, if you guys don't think NFTs, if you think that they're kind of like a fad or something like that,
yeah,
this video might be for you out there.
Okay.
All right. Let's put this like that, and let's get us rolling.
The blockchain, the ledger, the transactional nature of it, provenance, social currency like a blue check or Fortnite skins, cutting out middlemen that don't bring value so we can transact. NFTs are here for the rest of our collective lives, comma, and it's a big comma. The amount of money that's going to be lost in the next 24 months on individual NFT projects, because people bought at 85, and I'm going to turn it to dollars, not ETH, 137, 4,000, 14,000, and the supply and demand issue that is about to happen over the next 24 months. Because men and ladies who are watching, let there be no confusion. Every celebrity, every IP, every league, every movie, every IP, every intellectual property, and every influencer and human will have an NFT project in the next 25 months, which will lead.
Whoa! I pulled it off there. You guys want to see a little bit more there?
Go back. I was into
if
it.
You want to see a little bit more, you just might have to catch the full interview.
Oh.
We can put the link back up there, but I'll tease you like I wanted to.
Oh, link is up right on youtube.com/Benzinga TV. I threw it in the chat. I'll throw it in the chat again. So y'all can see it one more time. There it is, Mitch, with the tease.
You gotta be quicker than that.
Jeez Louise. Also, and someone else in the chat noticed this as well. I was really impressed that Gary Vee was so attentive to the chat. He was so good. And like, I'm not great when I'm doing my thing. I have a hard time sort of paying attention, but he was so good at watching the chat and talking at the same time. I was very impressed. Obviously.
He's one thing he lives by, man.
The pro's pro. Yeah.
Attention.
Yeah.
You'll see him talk about it 10 times over. He pays attention, and people don't think that he's paying attention when you put your little comments, or you put your little troll message.
Yep.
He sees it all.
He does.
He sees it all. He sees it all. And one of the things is he just takes it in. He's not trying to create emotional reaction from your feedback. He's trying to go ahead and learn from it. See what you guys like. See what the trends are out there so that he can get ahead of you guys.
Yep. One more thing I'll note on the Twitter Clubhouse thing is it had been reported already that Clubhouse had been discussing raising money at a valuation of $4 billion. Their valuation a few months ago was like $1.9 billion, right? So their valuation is basically quadrupled in a quarter, which is like madness, right?
Yeah,
totally.
It is.
So Twitter's obviously trying to do the same thing with Spaces, right? Which is the same exact thing as Clubhouse. So maybe there's a fit here, but it would be a really interesting transaction should it happen. But all we have right now is the Bloomberg report that discussions are on. Takeover talks are said not to be ongoing. So Twitter has discussed buying Clubhouse, but maybe Clubhouse saying not so fast.
That's usually how it be, right? That's usually how it is. It takes a while, a lot of talk, a lot of chatter.
Lots of back and forth on the money talks.
The only thing is, Clubhouse reminds me of House Party. I don't know if you guys were on that app ever.
Yeah, is House Party still around, Drew? Do you still use it?
No one uses that app anymore. It was basically group FaceTime, right? Apple kind of came in and just killed them, right? Most of my friends have an iPhone. If you don't have an iPhone, it worked. Maybe I don't even know if that was on Android, but I kind of see almost a similar path. I think Clubhouse is, more profound. It's more here to stay, but it could also be a fad, right? So an exit opportunity like that, it's a pretty big one.
So I always thought that, what was it? House Party. I always thought the House Party was a solution for people to video chat Android to iPhone, because not everyone I know has one or the other. I have an iPhone, but a lot of people I know have Androids. So that's how I always use it, as sort of like a go-between. But I haven't used House Party in probably a year and a half. So I still have the app. I just don't know if anyone uses it. So that's a good call. Good call, Drew. House Party was really big for a couple months there.
Yeah, I think like Zoom and Google Meets kind of kill that space. Obviously, Microsoft has their product. I don't even know what that is. That's not Accenture, right? What's that called?
Microsoft. They got so many. They have Teams. They have
Teams.
They have Skype. They have a bazillion. Although Skype is kind of dead at this point.
I don't know if I'm the only one having this question, but when they're gonna go with an Android app?
What do you mean?
House Party's not on Android.
No, it's no. What do you mean?
You gotta have an iPhone, right, for Clubhouse, right?
Oh, for Clubhouse. For Clubhouse.
I mean, why is it? What I mean, there's a big other market that doesn't have an iPhone, right? I mean,
no. Honestly, I'm on Clubhouse, and I had within a day, or maybe 2, I had to turn off notifications because I was getting notified like 8 times a day, and I was like, leave me the F alone. I don't care of this. That there's this random room right now, of people talking about random stuff. I don't care. So I had to mute notifications. I haven't been on Clubhouse in a couple of weeks. But it's the same thing as Twitter Moments, right? Or Spaces, whatever. Spaces is the same exact concept. Twitter Spaces is much more available, obviously. All you need is Twitter to be on it. You don't have to be invited.
I think it's going to step in, if anything, and kind of beat it over time.
Yeah. Oh, Crypto Morning Show is saying Skype for Business is being sunsetted. All right, that's probably good. Skype. Microsoft killed Skype. Thank you very much for doing that. We used to use Skype. We used Skype for pre-market prep for several years, actually.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
For several years, because really it was a good solution for connecting over internet or phone. But yeah, eventually it got to the point where it was not.
Yeah. Zoom came along.
We actually migrated off of Skype into Zoom about 2.5 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, and then we went from Zoom, of course, to StreamYard. But
that's where we're at now. We got props from Gary, so I think.
Did we? Yeah. No, I wasn't able to watch the whole thing. I was only able to watch like the first half, and then I had to leave and do other things. So I have to go back and catch the second half of that because
it was something else.
Yeah, that'll be my homework for tonight. Programming question, Mitch.
Let's do this. What's up?
Are we doing Around the Bell tonight?
Yeah, we got still this. Kenny Glick is checked marked. He's ready to go. That's all I really need. So Around the Bell.
We are doing it.
Literally, if I just have Kenny Glick by himself, I think he could do Around the Bell.
But like for real though, like are we doing?
Yeah, let's do it. I'm there. You're there hosting. If we need Drew, we'll pull Drew. We got it. We're gonna make this happen.
Oh God! All right.
Kenny said he's gonna be there.
All right.
Pierre Rashad said he's gonna be there. So we got some people.
So Cannabis Insider at 4:30. Ryan Rozbiani at 5. Around the Bell at 6. That's the programming slate for the rest of the day. Did I get that right?
You got it.
All right. That's the plan. Jeez. I'm keeping one eye on my newsfeed and Benzinga Pro. Don't see too many headlines that I think are really worth sharing.
I took a shot today on the stock.
You did? What'd you shoot on? What'd you shoot?
I finally bought SOL. I've been mentioning it, Spencer. I've talked about this one.
I thought you were going to say Vuzi or whatever.
Either I'm going to get SOL'd on it or it's going to actually return some favor here. But we'll see what happened. Today it's down, so I bought it on the down, in a little dip. It's at like 1069 right now, SOL. That's a Renesola. And I just, I'm buying into pretty much this leveling out chart here, and I'm going to give it a ride. I'll give myself a stop out near under 10. So I'm in at, let me give you my exact entry here. I don't like to lie about my entries here, so we've got to make sure here. All right, so I got filled at 11:01 today. So
okay, was that the high of the day?
No, I don't think the high of the day, but
all right. No, I'm just messing.
No, it tanked out the open, so okay. I got a discount. There's people that bought it yesterday. I'm sure.
So what did you place your order before the open, or did you do it? Is this intraday?
I placed the open right before my interview, so maybe I shouldn't have done that one. But hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Hey, Chill the Monkey with you. Chill the Monkey bought SOL and SunPower, and he's waiting for an entry on Sunrun. So
there you go. I'll put him up. The Chilled Monkey.
All right, somebody whose username is a different language. What do you think about Tesla tomorrow? Man,
Tesla, the dragon.
Don't be asking us what we think about a stock tomorrow. Tomorrow, one day. What do you think? We know the future?
Hold on, I might know it.
You might know the future. Oh, Mitch says he knows the future.
Dun, 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 dun. It's going down.
the Magic 8 Ball says it's going down. There we go.
Yeah, if I had to just throw it out there, this is when I go ahead and throw the disclaimer. But if I just had to throw it out there, I would say it's gone down.
All right, you heard it here first, folks.
But there's a reason why, right? Because we got to come down to support one more time. I think do a little fake out to 610. And then when it comes back through 710, it's going to come roaring.
Daily? Okay.
It's going to come roaring through that 710. So that's the level to watch on the bull side. When you see Tesla go through that 710, look for the volume. If you see that big volume bar like you see back in before 2021, yeah, I could see that Kathy price target being touched.
All right.
What do you guys think about Fubo?
Dude, stay
out of favor, man. Out of favor, you guys.
If
out of favor.
If you're not in it, I would stay as far away from this as I possibly could. If you're
Why?
Not, why? Because look, I too went through a phase where I thought I was a hero, and I could call bottoms, and that did not work out well for me. Okay, I will never try to call a bottom ever again. Yes. Does it look like it has found a floor, found support? Sure. The last week or so, it's found some support. Great. I need more than a week of support.
Yeah.
I
need a month, 2 months of support before I am remotely interested in this stock.
But there's negative story to this, right? There's a lot of analysts saying that this is more like a $7 stock, right? $5 stock, right? And so one of the things that I would say about that is that I picked Fubo back when it was like $10, and I could have told you maybe it was worth $30. Yeah. I would have never gave you 60. I mean, that's just, I'd be crazy to tell you, oh yeah, I thought it was going to 60. But at the end of the day, I think you got to always find the next one. So to me, the next one here is Vizio. Keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, you've been talking about that.
I'm telling you, man. There's something that gives me so the plays kind of rotate sometimes to the next hot one that could come in the industry. Yep. And to me, the next one that stepped in is Vizio. It just stepped in, and it's a big company. It's not a small company. So it's VZIO.
So, yeah. One last thing on the Fubo thing before I go to that chart. Shit, I lost it. Like. It's not necessarily Fubo's doing like that. The stock went from $7 to 60, right? If you ask them, and they would have said maybe that we don't understand this move, right? We don't know. We don't have any fundamental catalyst. They probably wouldn't have said it's not justified, but it doesn't take a genius to see that this isn't justified. So it's being punished. It's being punished for that. It's being punished for December and November. It's being punished now. So
it had the story though back then, right? It had a story back then. Sports were going crazy. We had every sport on at the same time.
No, that was like October. That wasn't really November.
That's when the move started though. That's when they went from the OTC market and attacked.
Maybe you're right. Yeah.
The move over that they did that on purpose. That was strategic,
Maybe
that was to give them some more eyes for investors to find them.
All right. I'm with you there.
You get what I mean?
So my point was, is it fair that the stock has gone from 60 to 20? Maybe not.
Yes.
But it wasn't fair that it went from 20 to 60 in the first place. So
I think it's a fair pullback.
It's a betting play. People saw Fubo as more of a betting play than a TV play.
I will remind you all that we did have the CEO, David Gandler of Fubo, on Pre-Market Prep Let me get the
boom,
exact
boom.
date.
You got to get that link. You got to get that link up.
Yeah,
Come on.
That was a
Market. Come on.
That was
We're
March
stepping
5th.
it up.
That was March 5th. We had David Gandler. I'll put the link up in the chat. David Gandler.
Love it.
Drew, what were you gonna say?
You worked hard to get that interview, so yeah, that was a great interview, and Jason did a great job on that. So
there, I'm putting the link in chat to watch our interview.
But I think Vizio can get that kind of same story. And why can't he get the same story? At least I think so. And so one of the times that I do is that sometimes, like after I've made a good profit in a stock, sometimes it's very hard to let go of a stock. Like you get green friendly for that one. Let me just say that you seen I made 60% return. I can make it again. I can make another 50%, another 60% on the same stock. And that can be a problem because sometimes the story changes, and that I've noticed. And, once the story changes, if you don't adapt, guess what? That, like Spencer says, you get caught with the falling knife, and then you're like, oh, there goes my 60%. There goes everything. And so sometimes what I try to do is if I've made a profit on a stock, I'll put it away for a couple months, at least for a couple months, so that I don't go back to it and give up my profits that I worked hard to make in that stock.
Drew, what are you going to add on Fubo?
I mean, they put up really solid numbers for like one quarter. They went from like 1,000 users to like 500,000, if you guys remember that.
Yep.
And they're charged like $60 a month. So like it's a decent priced, good, and it's kind of a SaaS business, right? They're getting that recurring revenue every single month. So it's nice business to be in. And I think if they keep on posting solid growth, right? If they get to 1 million, if they get to 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 10 million, I don't know. Maybe this thing's going to pan out. Maybe it's going to get acquired by Disney. I could really see that happening. I could, maybe Netflix, if they want a Hulu live stream, that's Disney, I guess, too. But I don't know. I just, if it keeps on growing, maybe, but like, just like how technology is, right? Think about Clubhouse. That blew up. Every other company copied it, right? Twitter copied it. Discord just copied it. I saw someone in the chat saying that. Like, that the thing with technology is that if your idea is not super hard to mimic, it's going to get mimicked.
Yep. That's a great point, Drew. It's a great point, Drew.
Yeah, man. Good points. And I mentioned about a buyout date since day one. So I think you're right head on that.
I'm going to keeping an eye on the pro news feed here. I'm looking at headlines as they come in. This is weird. Costco reported sales, 31-week sales. They reported sales over the last 31-week period. Why 31 weeks? I have no idea. That's like 7 months and change. But their sales for over the last 31 weeks, such a random period, were up 15% year over year, from $96 billion a year ago to $111 billion this time around. They did also report sales for retail sales for March, the month of March. There we go. $18.2 billion in sales for March, which was an increase of 17% year over year. That's a little bit surprising because recall the beginning of the pandemic happened, at least in the U.S. last, really we started to feel the effects early March. And that includes that's what they're measuring against. So we talk about the pandemic really messing up with everyone's comps, and there's going to be really wacky comparisons year over year. Well, Costco's saying last March was good, this March was better. And I was at Costco last March, and it was insane. It was insane.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's the business. We heard we had another trader on, I think like a day or two ago, talking about KR.
Yeah, KR. Yeah, I mean it's a bit of a different beast because KR doesn't really move, but
it's still kind of these newer plays. And one of the things that I'm charts that I'm looking at that you thought they were in favor because of the pandemic, but they're actually looking like they're in more favor now coming out of the pandemic. That's an interesting play right there. That's an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, Gavin Vivo in chat just asked if there's a way to look at our past live streams. Yes, Gavin, check this out. I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to show you where you would find it. You go onto Benzinga's YouTube channel. Here it is. Here is our live stream we're on right now. Here's our upcoming streams, past live streams. We literally have a playlist called Past Live Streams. You got to scroll down to find it, but it's there. There it is. There's everything in order. We have our most popular shows up above in their own playlist. We got SPACs, Power Hour, Pre-Market Prep, Get Technical. But every past live stream is right there on the bottom of our page in chronological order from the time they were streamed.
Yeah, and don't forget, now we got shorts, guys. We're starting that at the bottom there. You can see it. These are going to be more on the mobile version, the new YouTube beta. We're coming out with the new stuff, guys, so definitely check it out.
Yeah. We got a lot of content on this page. It's not always the most organized, but we're trying.
We're working it.
So play around there and check it out. All right, 527. Haven't asked for a like for a while, guys. Smash that like. Tell us you love us. We need positive reinforcement. I don't get enough of it from these guys. I need it from strangers on the internet. So tell me you love me. Hit the like button. And there we go. Don't forget, Benzinga Pro, YouTube 20. Get you 20% off any Benzinga Pro subscription. What's that? You want to be an affiliate? Is that what you said? Okay, benzinga.partnerstack.com. Become a Benzinga Pro affiliate. Last thing I will add, the boot camp is coming.
Boom, boom,
Saturday.
boom.
9, is it 9 to 3 or 9 to 4? It's 9. Wait, what is it? Crap. My calendar's all messed up now. I think it's 9 to 4. Or 9
the boot camp.
Wait, why is my calendar?
Put your screen up, man.
No, it's 9 to 4. Thank you. My calendar was all messed up. 9 to 4. There's the link. It's in the chat. I'll put it in every chat, actually. I'll only put it on YouTube. Put every chat. There it is. Benzinga Bootcamp. Trading all day, 9 to 4. Check it out Saturday. And
pull it up. Who's going to be there?
Oh, okay. We got Chris DeMuth, Brad Weber, who hosts a show with us every Tuesday. I'm sorry.
What?
Tuesday, every Thursday. Sylvia Bellrock, Chris Capri, Matt Maley, Gianni DePoci. Izzy's been a frequent guest. Nick Shaheen, we love him. He's our options guy. Neil Hamilton, Hot Stocks Luke. Got people from the CME group. Great slate for Saturday. Check it out. There is the boot camp.
Boom, boom.
And on that note,
who do we got on next?
Well, we have the same guys we do every day at 4:30. It's cannabis. I saw someone in chat asking about Planet 13. We would talk. Well, not me, but they would talk Planet 13 Holdings, and by they I mean the Lane brothers, aka the Bash brothers, Elliot and Patrick.
Bash brothers, I love that.
Oh, they ditched, man.
They totally did.
They're real quick at ditching.
I'm staying.
Hey, they're back.
Come on,
you know what?
You gotta stick around.
You know what? Look.
Oh, a little green background.
Wow,
I like that.
Man. I feel
I like that. That is in line with Neil Hamilton's branding guidelines. So I think that is perfect.
It's all about the branding, right? It's all about the branding.
My production value feels less now, Mitch.
You know what the funny part about it is? This is a $20 light.
Dude. Okay, well, now I feel stupid.
No, I love it.
Mitch, stick around, man. I love hearing your thoughts in the chat. The Akerna one specifically yesterday. We talk about Kushco in the chat a little bit.
Yeah.
What do you think of them while you're here?
I'll tell you right now, there's only certain times that I buy a CEO. I buy that CEO right there.
Oh, every day of the week, man. Every day of the week.
Sometimes you got to believe in the CEO behind the company that he will get it in the right shape, know when to push the gas pedal, know when to push off. You know, certain people in the cannabis industry, certain companies in the cannabis industry, I feel like they press the gas, like most of us know, they press the gas way too quickly, push way too far into debt, and
2018.
Can't come back.
I'm sorry.
They can't come back. It's impossible. It's like
in this industry too, it happened to a lot of people. It really did. Unfortunately.
It's tough. It's tough. You know, for a while, it was just how much can I grow? How much can the mass produce? Now, I'm just like everybody looking for profitability.
Well, hey, while we got you, I'm just going to tell you right now, Kushco Holdings will be on Monday. It's Cannabis Insider
Oh!
with Patrick and Javier.
Nick's coming
KSHB. On Monday, you're going to have the CEO himself. And then the following Monday, Kyle Detweiler, CEO of Clever Leaves.
Awesome.
So
Kyle's a badass, you guys.
Yeah. So Clever Leaves and Kushco, two of the hottest stocks out there.
Yeah,
Yes.
a SPAC and my favorite CEO. You guys will know I definitely won't be missing out.
Yes.
Mitch is like co-host of the day. He's there.
Yeah, like,
questions ready now. We'll
those
take
are the
them.
times that you guys just see me in the backstage and I just don't leave. I'm just
Oh, we love it, Mitch. Honestly,
We love it,
after
dude.
that awesome interview with Gary Vee today, if you missed it, chat, go check it out.
You guys
Incredible hour of content.
cry yourselves
It
to
was
sleep
awesome.
tonight if you missed that interview because it was so good.
Mitch, you killed it, man.
I mean, I literally can say it. I was watching him 4 years ago in the speech live, trying to, really get my life in order, and look where we are now,
Yeah. Hey, man, that's work right there. That's hustle. Mitch Hook. Mitch
big
Hook,
things.
Hook or Hawk? I've never asked you.
Don't worry, it's hotch. It's hot, like hotchkotch.
Hot.
The hot hotch of story investors. Anyway, Mitch, stay around, man.
Leaving thoughts for Planet 13. I have to say that I've been in the store in Vegas. I've seen it. It's massive. I compare it the Apple of cannabis. You saw me mention that in the comments.
Yeah,
that's the way I see it. It's the Apple.
is.
And then the cool part is that they're working on the customer service just like it is when you walk in an Apple store. You're gonna get that person coming up to you. You're gonna get this someone showing you all the fancy gimmicks, everything they got to offer. And truly, a lot of the consumers need the information. So
I personally feel like with the rumors of them looking at other markets, what if they do it again?
They can. I can tell you right now, as being inside a store and seeing it definitely gets you thinking like, man, I never thought this could happen, really.
It's so cool though, isn't it? Well, did you walk around the whole complex? That's what I thought. Those of you who haven't been in Vegas, and you should go, right? If you're going to Vegas, you've got to go. PLNHF. Thank you, Aaron.
Pull it up.
But the store is so cool. But here's the coolest part. They've got all of this square footage, there in Vegas in this complex, and they're leasing it out, right? That's this deal that just happened with Curaleaf with the Select brands, right? They're going to do like a special, like kind of pop-up shop leased space from Planet 13. And they're going to do like consumption lounges, and they even talked about a movie theater. There's food there. Like these complexes are no joke, right? And they've already talked about what Orange County's next, right? So come on. I mean,
it includes what we all like, reoccurring revenues. So
we do like that. We do like that.
Can't go wrong.
You're a champ, man. Appreciate you and your insights.
Signing out.
Later,
guys.
Later. All right, Aaron, get us pumped up again. Happy Wednesday. Hump day.
Hump day, baby.
Hump day. Welcome.
It didn't feel like a hump day to me. It felt pretty good. Today felt pretty good.
Tuesday felt like more of a hump day to me, y'all. So we're already talking about PLNHF, y'all. Patrick, I've talked to Javi twice about this. I've never gotten to talk to you publicly about it. So show me your facial expression when I give you a quote from Viridian. The Planet 13 dispensary in Las Vegas is the single best asset in the industry.
Yeah, hands down. Hands down. Mm-hmm. The only thing that you can
Javier is the only one who differs.
No, well, listen, Javi's partial to what? New York? Did he say Manhattan?
He does love East Coast. He
does.
East Coast fan. Yeah.
Well, and you can't. I mean, it's hard to argue, right? That like a dispensary in Times Square is not going to do just as well, if not better, than Planet 13 in Vegas. But come on now, come on.
Yeah.
Like that asset. If you haven't been there, right? Especially once the whole COVID thing is over and travels back to its pre-COVID norms. Hopefully it gets there, right? Fingers crossed. I mean, it's hands down the best asset in the industry, I think.
And they're currently really unmatched in that Vegas market, and others have been there for a while and they're still unmatched. Anyways, y'all, welcome to Cannabis Insider on a Wednesday, 4:30. We're here to wrap up your day with some Canastock talk. Drop a one in the chat if you're ready to chat with us, ready to hear about some cannabis news. Drop your tickers in the chat. Sundial, I believe they're up 1 cent right now and at a solid $1. Still the same, up 1%. Just go ahead and answer the questions there for everybody that was about to put Sundial. But I want to start the day with Forefront Ventures. They are, is it FFNTF? I think that's correct.
That is right. Yep.
Yeah, FFNTF. Forefront Ventures. They are super, in my opinion, under talked about when it comes to forums like this, and we're at fault for this as well. We continue to talk about your tier 1 operators like Columbia Care, Cresco Labs, True Leaf, and for good reason. GTI, they're awesome operators, but sometimes these, and tier 2 and tier 3 operators for me is not an insult at all. It's not a downplay on them. I think it's a stepping stone to success. They are a leader in the Washington state market. Albeit tons of licenses up there, but they've still managed to have a pretty good hold, I think, on that market. They have Massachusetts activations that have been very valuable to them. And there's a confident long-term growth outlook, I think, for their particular company. Patrick, do you have any thoughts on them?
Yeah, I mean, those guys have been around a long time. Like, if you go back and look at the history of Forefront, you're going to hear one name really frequently, right? It's Chris Crane. The guy's been around since the very onset of this industry. When we even talked about a legal cannabis industry a decade or two ago, Chris was there, right? Mm-hmm. And I think he leads at least one of the lobbying committees for the NCIA, National Cannabis Industry Association, for those of you who don't know. I believe he's executive chairman or something now, but he's led that company for a long time. And is an industry advocate, right? So that kind of institutional knowledge. Same with Nick, right? Nick Kovacevic from Kushco Holding, KSHB, right? We just talked about them with Mitch. Nick is one of the OGs. I think he was probably the first company to go public in the cannabis space. So, you're talking about two companies here to start the show that have really been in it from the beginning.
Yeah, and they Forefront also their Illinois capacity expansion underway, so they're expanding in Illinois, taking advantage of that market. So I hear
it's a pretty good market.
I hear. Apparently, they're looking. I think this is rumor mill stuff, so this is just something ear to the ground. They're looking at New Jersey.
Interesting.
So,
okay.
You wonder how valuable that market will be versus New York, but I imagine still quite a bit of money to be made there. But I mean, honestly, Forefront, tons of room for growth. I think they are predicted 2021. They're looking at like 170 to 180 million in revenues. So honestly, we've talked about companies on here that don't even come close to that. And they're still great companies. So in my opinion, Forefront, a great long-term play. Not advice, just something that I personally feel.
Sure.
Any other thoughts there?
Not on Forefront specifically, but there's a couple questions in the chat here about one that I know is one of your favorites, Cureleaf. Woo! Right? JP asks, Sir Dirty. By the way, great name, Sir Dirty, is talking about their monopoly in Florida. But JP asks, what do you think of Cureleaf's European acquisition and rebranding to Cureleaf International? So it's, how do you say the damn company's name? EMAC? EMAC, right. Yeah. See, I knew I'd pronounce it wrong. But
EMAC was a great play. But I think you have to understand. Was. Yeah, and listen, I think this is an incredibly intelligent, this is my personal opinion, so don't consider this law, but it was a really smart first move over there. But I think you're going to see Cureleaf, I think their expansion is going to make, I don't know. I think what I'm trying to say here is there's not a lot of competition for IMAC right now.
Yeah, no, I think it was very, very smart acquisition.
Yeah, I think so they got him really early. That's what I'm trying to say. Like there was a few companies they could have acquired, but not like didn't have like a list of 20 powerhouses to choose from.
No.
So
and look at this. Look at how they've done this too. The news that came out today is that they raised about 130 million. They being Curaleaf, ticker again is CURLF. They raised 130 million to fund the cash closing. Right. You don't just raise 130 million. Right. Like there was who was it?
Boris Jordan.
Pharmaciello, PCLO. Right, a Latin American company, also Canadian and European holdings. Right, they did this sort of overnight offering, and they raised about 13.5 million. Right, so 13.5, a decent sized company. Right, the Pharmaciello, I don't know the market cap offhand, but it's at least 150, 200 million. Right, and then Curaleaf, 130 million. Boom. Yeah. Oh yeah, we need to fund some closing costs. Bam, got it.
It's the same with Air Wellness and GTI, these giant raises. When you didn't see any raises last year, you saw zero. And now all of a sudden Air Wellness has, just out of nowhere earlier this year, that $100 million raise, and they won't even tell you where it came from.
Yeah, no, it's a valid point. And I think, listen, to call themselves Curaleaf International at this point is a statement, right? Boris Jordan, that executive chairman over there, he's good at this. He makes statements, right? He knows what he's doing when he's expanding the footprint. He's done it before in other industries before he got into cannabis. And I think that international moniker is a statement that he's making.
Yeah. I mean, it is huge. And don't get me wrong. I think getting into that market now is genius. The UK is, I think, the first major acquisition in that market. But you have others that are already expanding and buying assets like Flower Corporation and I think it was Portugal. You have you have some that were buying on the Eastern European side. I heard a lot of people in Portugal, but Germany really is the market that I keep hearing about being the one that, that's the one. That's the one that all roads, should lead to Germany when it comes to European expansion. So it'll be interesting to see Curaleaf's next move too.
Yeah, for sure. But I think it's interesting, right? Like another thing to take away from this is that when you look at the focal point for a lot of the cannabis industry over the past year and a half, let's say, so especially since the market wasn't doing that well, it's been US, right? US is the market. US is a great market. I think we're all waiting for the other shoe to drop here. Clearly, we see companies moving and making those acquisitions, right? But we're seeing a lot of international play, right? We talked about IM Cannabis, that's IMCC. We've talked now about Curaleaf and EMAC, and there are others, right? Moving into some of these, the Canndoc out of Israel.
Canndoc, they just made acquisition, which you all talked about Monday, but yeah,
we did. But for those of you who weren't around for that, that's another huge international player backed by the same people, Michael Auerbach's group from Subversive Capital, that did the deal with Jay-Z, the parent company, Khalifa. Right?
And I think, look at Canndoc. I mean, I think they're looking at a NASDAQ listing here shortly. That's a play. Let me tell you, they partner with everyone. Tilray, Charlotte's Web, I think several other big names that you would know. Just go look at Candoc's website. It's all on there, or Subversive Capital, one or the other. But regardless, like that's an incredible international play. But don't forget about Mexico. I feel like that conversation was really popping for about a week, and now we're all done with it. You have to think about where Clever Leaves and Chiron Life Sciences, and Pharmaciello and Avicana, are they poised to make an immediate play there?
Absolutely.
Because the U.S. companies certainly aren't right now. Maybe Canopy being Canadian, I don't know. But I mean, you look at Clever Leaves, Chiron, Avicana, Pharmaciello, those major Latin American producers. I would keep an eye on them in terms of the Mexican opening, the market opening. And also, Sir Dirty's killing me here. There's plenty of money to be made in Jersey, man. I wasn't saying that. I'm just saying, look at New York's $7 billion market. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, but he's got a great name, so you got to leave him alone.
That's fair.
Sir Dirty, don't worry. I got your back, pal.
Curaleaf has a monopoly in many areas of Florida. Maybe, but I mean, you're not gonna. Yeah.
Curaleaf has a really good strategic Florida presence, right? When you think of Curaleaf, it's strategic. Trulieve I mean, when you talk about a monopoly, Trulieve has a monopoly in Florida. Like, I don't think anybody's anywhere near close to being on this.
That's exactly where I was going. Yeah.
Right.
They have like quantity. It's just everywhere. Like Trulieve is everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you think about Florida? Are they ever gonna legalize rec? Ever? I'm just curious. Ever? If that's ever going to happen.
I don't know. I don't know.
I think it's been on the ballot about 500 times now.
So we know Nikki Fried, I think is her name, who's the she was like the head of agriculture, right? And hemp and the medical cannabis space was kind of under her jurisdiction for a hot second. So she's struggled with it, right? And God bless her, she's been trying, but that legislature there is really, really tough, right? And almost backwards to the extreme. So who knows? Who knows? All right, ACB. We're getting asked about ACB. Let's see where they ended up today. One second. Let's pull up the index here.
We haven't talked about them in a while.
We haven't. Well, to be honest, there hasn't been that much news, right?
Really
they're down about almost 6.5% today. Nothing major. 72 cents. Let's look at the chart here.
I mean,
it's fairly consistent. You know, listen. Every time Javi's on here, I'll be Javi for a second, Elliot. Javi believes in the Canadians. He definitely believes in the big Canadians, right? So Aurora, Canopy, Aphria, Tilray. I know we had somebody asking about Tilray a second ago.
But that's global now. That's global.
Like, well, yeah, but think about it. Think about it. When it comes to those, like Aphria obviously is one of the bigger LPs, right? With Canopy, with Aurora. I would say those three have been jockeying for dominance in that market for years.
Canopy has U.S. activations, you know, and Aurora I honestly don't know the answer to that with Aurora, but you know, for me, like if you're gonna look at a cannabis play, I get confused honestly with the Canadian market. I think there's a ton of amazing companies up there. I think Aurora is one of many you could look at, but why not Hexo? What is the ultimate problem with Hexo versus Aurora, other than the fact that Aurora has been around a little bit longer, or has been a powerhouse? We'll say a little bit longer. You know, Hexo was a powerhouse.
Yeah. So there's nothing wrong with Hexo. Like, I think some of it is just in our minds as investors, what we're looking at. Whose biggest and flashiest Aurora was that for a very long period of time. You look at their latest revenue, and it's kind of flat. Right? There's nothing really happening. And I think probably because they've had to jettison a lot of assets, jettison a lot of employees. We talked about that a few days ago on here. And we're kind of wondering, all right, so Canopy's getting back in the acquisition game. Hexo acquired Zenabis for $235 million in stock back in February. Their revenue increased another 12% as of March 18th. They announced that. So they, what was it, almost 33 mil. Their revenue in Q2. So yeah, I think Hexo may be a better play.
Chad, don't get me wrong. I'm not calling Aurora a powerhouse. I'm not like I don't know. For me, Aurora, they gotta do a little better for me to be in there, man. But at the same time, like they have been around forever. And if any company is gonna bounce back from being down, it's a company like Aurora.
Yeah, it's a good point.
So I mean, maybe this is a safe one to buy the dip. You know, I think Aurora will at least be a part of a major M&A.
That's how I look at these things.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's. I mean, it sounds like you're the same. You guys in the chat, let us know how you look at these stocks, right? Especially in cannabis, if you're buying the dip or if you're, you know, in hopes of acquisition or not. But when I look at some of the, you know, and I think that's what Elliot means by powerhouse here, right? But when I look at like an Aurora, right, they were top of the world in cannabis.
Yeah, not even their brand. I'm talking about their brand. Everybody knows who they are. You know.
What do you mean brand? What do you mean?
Well, I mean like the brand name Aurora Cannabis.
Yeah, that's yeah. So the largest, flashiest used to be top of the heap, right? Number one company in the world at one time. I think I would buy the dip in that company, right? Again, not advice, but I would say either they'll figure their stuff out and they'll rebound, or they'll get bought, right? Yeah. Either way is not a horrible outcome if you're in there.
Yeah. But I mean, like for me, I would, you know, I think if you want to look at some other Canadian players, I think Christina Lake young player.
Love those guys.
I mean, they CLCFF.
Yep.
I mean, I look at my watch list on Canadian or cannabis stocks, rather not Canadian stocks, but cannabis stocks, and they're pretty much always like green and like just slightly better than the previous day. I like Christina Lake a lot. So that's one. Village Farms to me it's a no-brainer.
Yep.
Huge,
You know what?
Huge Village Farms fan.
Let's shift gears for a minute, only because I saw this a second ago and I wanted to call them out. I like this company personally. I don't know how you feel. Love to get your take. But CBDHF. This is Hemp Fusion, right? Now, it's the same management team from the Green Organic Dutchman, TGOD, for those of you who are not familiar with that Canadian operator, right? But Hemp Fusion is interesting, and I think they just announced news that they were approved and up and running on the I'm gonna forget the name of it now, but it's like the Alibaba virtual mall in the Chinese market, right, with their CBD products. So listen, there's a lot of CBD players. If you go on Amazon these days, you can say it's, whatever it is, hemp infused in order for it to make it past the Amazon filters, right? But to be on an Alibaba platform, right, especially in the Chinese market, which they have feelings about CBD. There's talk about banning it, but there's also talk about expanding it, right? Who knows what's going to happen? But props to these guys. They came on strong, and they haven't been public very long, but they've been killing it.
I love Hemp Fusion. And I mean, they're spending some dollars on marketing, but like as any big corporation will, right? I mean, I think they're branding a NASCAR car now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So I mean, their brand is out there, and he has interesting ties with his wellness brands to Amazon. So I mean, that's something to keep an eye on there with Hemp Fusion. Now, granted, it's CBD, so I mean, it's a little bit less, we'll say, miraculous to have ties to Amazon, but he is he's doing a great job at getting his product out there. Jason is. So I'm a big fan of Hemp Fusion, and I think they are. Where are they in Europe now? Aren't they in like the Portugal area as well? They're expanding pretty quickly.
Yeah. No, they jumped the pond. They're all over the place, right? They've got, because they're CBD, right? It's not as bad. They can be in the U.S. and Canada and all over. So they are making the move. Okay.
Ooh, Chad Smith. I'll tell you who I like in Virginia. See, who is the go-to investment in Virginia now that the governor is speeding up to the summer versus 2024? I
love that, by the way.
Big fan of Jushi. JUSHF. That is my personal. I love Jushi. I think they rely very heavily on data, product trends. They utilize their own assets in collecting that data in a very efficient and timely manner. So, I mean, they're on the pulse of their consumer base. And that's not something I hear a lot from other top tier MSOs. And I think they're widely considered a top 10 MSO. Wouldn't you say, Patrick?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think they're like a $5 to $6 share right now. I mean, super big value.
Almost $7. $6.86 is what I have.
$6.86. Sorry.
So Jushi's a great company. And in the few minutes we have left here, how about this? How about OGI, right? Let's cover Organigram since they had news today. Let's also leave the audience here, Elliot, with each of us. Let's do an underrated American cannabis company, right? Let's leave out the major MSOs. I'll talk about OGI for a second, and why don't you look at an American company you want to talk about? So OGI,
Sir Dirty, that ain't legal, Sir Dirty. Bro, that's not legal.
I just order a pack of joints from Oregon. Exactly. Yeah.
That's not legal, my friend.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
I don't believe you. That's a no for me, dog.
Yeah.
But anyway, yes, you start.
Okay, so they bought an edibles manufacturer, Edibles and Infusions Corporation, for about 22 mil, right? Now, of course, the story with OGI, and they've done very well since this, is that they had that investment from I believe it was British American Tobacco, BTI, I think was the ticker there, right? Correct me if I'm wrong there.
BTI.
Yeah, BTI. but a giant investment there. Again, big tobacco is getting into the space. They want to make sure that they have a cut of all this. Makes sense. They've been around a long time. And OGI has been poised for growth, right? They've been like Hexo. They kind of just been biding their time. So anyway, I am bullish on this company. I think that, you know, in the long run, OGI is going to be one of those LPs that makes the jump, right? There's a lot of the LPs that won't, by the way. I think we know that, but this is one that I'm bullish on.
I'm bullish on a lot. I'm bearish on a lot. As is every investor, that was a stupid thing to say. I'm going to go with Sky Bioscience.
Okay.
SKYE. I'm going to go a little bit different today. They are synthetic, so I know that's probably their biggest downfall. So I'll put that to the side in terms of what people think of as downfalls. But Sky is getting a ton of positive coverage right now. A ton of positive, I would say, feeling around the delivery of their drug and the effectiveness of it. They specialize in ocular biotech. So I think they were able to play off the news of the GW acquisition very well. And I think you'll see this one slowly grow. I mean, it's a biotech, it's clinical stage. It's not going to be an overnight player, but just for the sake of being a different non-rec play, I think Sky Bioscience, a cannabidiol-focused biotech, is a very interesting play.
Yeah, I like them a lot. I think that they've done well since the split from Emerald and everything that's gone on there. So I like this company a lot. I think they're very cool. Here's the other thing. When it comes to sort of the underrated companies out there, one that we don't talk about enough on this show, but we probably should, is Slang Worldwide. Slang Worldwide.
Talked about them yesterday.
No, you did not. Really?
Yes, we did. But go ahead.
I never watched the shows.
I want your opinion.
Oh,
well, that's
SLGWF. SLGWF, right? Now, look, if you look at the stock, 32 cents, right? Not a ton. $1.50 or no, geez, 1.5% down today means nothing in the life of the stock. It's like a penny. But
I want to pose a question to you as you do this, and then you finish your thought here.
Yeah, go ahead.
They have a huge footprint. I think it was like 14 states, 3,000 stores.
Yep.
And their revenue is, to me, doesn't match.
Well, and here's the thing. Here's the thing, you guys. 3,000 stores, not a retail footprint, right? They are a house of brands. Right. I think, you know, and I know Chris Dreesen, the CEO, very well. Really good guy, solid work ethic, solid ideas. Right. And when he took over as CEO from Peter Miller, not too long ago now, I think under a year ago, the goal was transitioning to partnerships. Right. And I think you're seeing a lot of that now. Right. You're seeing Slang get in with cookies. Right. And we all know how popular the cookies dispensaries are. You're seeing them get in with companies like Tilt or Canadian retail shops. Right. They are expanding their footprint, expanding their brands, and doing their best to move through partnerships rather than opening their own shops. Right. So it's smart. It's kind of like what Gary's done at Tilt. Right. Tilt Holdings, another great company.
The man.
Yeah. But Slang, highly undervalued, I think, only at 32 cents on the share for the footprint that they've got.
I'll give you one more for fun. Pineapple. What was that? PNPL. They are. I just keep an eye on their news coming up in the next few months. I don't think.
Interesting.
I don't think it's going to be anything that's going to be like. It's not going to, I don't know. I would just say keep an eye on them. Put them on your watch list. We'll say.
Elliot knows something you don't know. That's what's happening right now.
Put them on your watch list is all I'm saying. But they are a really well-known delivery platform. They were, Debo from Friday was a celebrity influencer for them. They work with a ton of different celebrities. Their board is taking shape. I think they have some interesting locations, retail footprint wise, that are going to be very beneficial to them. They've announced that. But pineapple to me is a very interesting play. I think they're right at 50 cents.
I know we got to go, Elliot, but you have to answer this question.
Okay.
Psychotropic Thunder. Thank you, by the way, for that ridiculous and awesome name. Benzinga, I got one for you to look at. DXBRF, Elliot. That is Bell Rock Brands.
Bell Rock, my guy, Chuck and Jen. I'm a big Bell Rock fan. I thought Dixie made a very intelligent acquisition of BR brands, or I'm sorry, reverse. It was a RTO, so BR with Dixie. But that was a powerhouse move. I love Chuck as taking over leadership of these companies, but Mary's Medicinals was a huge brand.
Yeah,
so I'm a big fan. I'm a very big fan.
Too. And you guys, we'll leave you with this thought, right? What's most important? Retail footprint, right? In terms of a lot of these companies expanding and taking market share. What's the second most important thing in cannabis? Quality of product, right? And let me tell you, in the edibles world, it's either Plus Products, Dixie, or Wana. Those three, always at the top, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if that's the case, invest where the quality is.
Yeah. Well, I saw a headline that said, "Are all edibles made the same?" I didn't read it. I just said no.
No, I don't think so.
On that note, y'all, Stir Dirty, my apologies for misreading like 3 of your messages. Appreciate you joining us today. This has been fun, though. This has been very interesting. We talked about Forefront, FFNTF. We talked about Dixie. We talked about Sky. We talked about Slang. We talked about Aurora. We haven't talked about Aurora in a long time.
I know. That was fun.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Yeah. So, guys, we'll see you tomorrow for Cannabis Hour. That's going to be fun at 4. Again, Nick Kovacevic, CEO of Kushco, will be on Monday. Then we'll have Kyle Detweiler, CEO of Clever Leaves, on the following Monday. We will also have a clean tech small cap event. Learn how to trade clean tech stocks on April 22nd.
What is clean tech? What is clean tech, Elliot?
Clean tech. So sustainability, renewable energy, electric vehicles. We're going to have tons of CEOs talking about that space on April 22nd. Be there or be square. That's
all right. Thanks, everyone.
Later, y'all.
What is up, y'all? Time for some after-hour tradings after Cannabis Insider. Let me bring my main man, Ryan, on. Wait, actually, before I do that, let me do something really important. Oh, thank you, AT. Thank you, my man. I got to find it. Oh, here. Ryan, how we doing, brother?
AV. I'm doing good, man. I don't get it. I can see that intro 1,000 times. It always makes me giddy.
It just gets you going. I love it.
I don't know what it is. It's the music or it's the thing. I mean, to me, it's still going a little bit behind the curtain. For me, it's still like I was a huge fan of Benzinga before I came on and joined the team here. So for me, it's always like, oh my God, I'm going live with Benzinga every time. I'm still giddy about it. I know you're not supposed to, like, from a professional standpoint, you got to play it cool, but we're all family here. So I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. For me, it's still like really cool to be able to do this with you guys. So it's a lot of fun. And the intro song it's always fun for me to see that.
Hey man, you're telling me. I mean, still every time I get ready to come on live here, there's some nerves, some excitement. I'm like, oh shoot, this is awesome. So, I'm with you there.
Oh yeah, for me especially, like when since we come on after the cannabis guys, for me it's always like, okay, good. I hope they go a little bit longer so I can kind of calm down the nerves a little bit before I come on. But then like when I start going, it's like it becomes like second nature. So it's like that 2-3 seconds of intro, like jitters, and then boom, we rock and roll.
Yeah. And I mean, yeah, like you said, they'll usually go a few minutes over. You know how cannabis guys are. That rarely on time.
Lackadaisical dudes. Yeah,
yeah,
for
just
sure.
relax. They're on their own time.
How are you doing, man? How's your day going?
Good. I mean, my day's going well. Trading wise, wasn't great. Basically, I mean, I had some options that had done really well. Actually, on Monday, it was like they were great, and I was like, oh my God, like it was just one of those.
Facebook yet?
I did sell to Facebook, but that's what I'm saying. So Monday, like I should have sold on Monday because Facebook was like up like 2.5 or 3% or something. Right. And then yesterday it was down like 1% or something, and my call option was getting tanked, and I was like, well, it's still up like 30% from when I bought it, and I was like, you know what, 30% is good, so I just sold it and got out. And then today I think it was down a little bit again, so I was glad I got out of that one. But I stayed in some of my other ones where I just like didn't take my profits, and now like I had one call on Boeing that was up like 50%. Where I would have just made like an easy few $100 on it had I sold it on Monday, but I was like getting greedy, didn't sell it, and then now Boeing's gotten hit the past few days, and the contract is worth like less than what I bought it for when it was up 40% on Monday.
Oh no, yeah, that leads into a small little plug I'm going to do. So on Sunday we're starting that new psychology of trading podcast. That's one of the topics we'll have. One of the weeks we'll discuss is the psychology of taking profits. A lot of us want to see the 100%, 200%, 1,000% runners, when in honesty, anything over 1% in the books, in my opinion, at least, you're beating the banks when they're only giving you 1% interest. If your money's beating the banks, you're doing fine. Especially over 7%, you're beating the average market return. So I mean, for sure with options, it's a little bit antsier because you're like, especially when the stocks are going up and you're like, oh, okay, Facebook's 300, then it's like 308. You're like, oh, can we go to 310? And it starts getting antsy. And then the thing with options is you're locked in from market open to market close. There's no pre-market or after hours. So you sort of get locked in, and then you got to start praying that this holds into the next day's market open. And you've got a ton of different stuff that goes in and out.
Yeah. And I was like part of the reason I didn't sell them on Monday, even though they were up real big, is I was like, nothing's changed. Like, I don't think like nothing's like come out with Boeing that I think they're going to be less on Friday than they are today. But you know, I think that's just the lesson that I should have learned, at least with options, where it's like, if you do see those 30-40% profits, just take them and then move on to the next one and do it again. Don't hold on to them.
Exactly.
And whatever.
Compound those gains in order. That's another thing that a lot of traders can do, is you can compound the gains. Take 10% here, 10% here, 10% here, and compound those over several weeks. You're gonna do a lot better than just waiting for one play to hit that 50% runner. So that's what I've been doing recently. Now is my favorite number is like 7%. So just go with 7%, just cycle it. And you can even go back to a stock. Like we'll talk about it later today after I do a little market overviews. Like with Mara is a stock that you can scalp the hell out of as you watch Bitcoin. And especially if you watch this show, we go over Bitcoin's chart every single day, and traders can watch it, and we get very accurate with how it goes. Like we spoke about it on Tuesday, and last week we spoke about Bitcoin completing that inverse head and shoulders pattern. We'll go deeper, and today it's doing that. It came down under 56K, and I think it'll come down to 55K. So you'll see Mara going to like 40, sub 40. You can buy it, then scalp it on the way back up as Bitcoin rises back up to 60K and does that. So there's a lot of different things you can do, and if you just learn a few stocks and a few of their patterns, you can just run into there and just play those over and over again. You can make a ton of money without even having to do much research in DD. It doesn't have to always be brand new plays. That's what a lot of traders struggle with, is, hey, I have to go and find the new hot stock. You don't have to. Just play the same stock over and over again. Like, for example, Facebook, we know that it's going to get bullish, and we've spoken about it on the show so much, and it did. It did well. It went over 300 where we were expecting it to go.
100%. Well, let's see. I thought you had the chart for Bitcoin. No, you still got SPY pulled up.
I got SPY pulled up, so I wanted to go over SPY a little bit. So we had another flat day today on SPY, which is nice. Again, just to warn traders, not warn, but kind of inform traders. A lot of traders that are trading penny stocks and small caps look at SPY and look at the NASDAQ, and they're like, hey, it's green. Why am I still red? Because your stocks, the index you need to look at is the Russell 2000, and we'll look at that in a second. But SPY is a good indicator because there's also a lot of long-term investors in these video chats that come in here, and a lot of bigger market cap stocks. They're actually part of SPY and part of NASDAQ, so I go over those as well. And it's also, personally, I like this to look at it as well. It's a good overview of the market. So again, it is technically still a green day. It's up, but again, it's another flat day. Yesterday we had a negative 0.6% day. So again, flat in my opinion, unless you're fluctuating over 0.10 or 0.15 or even half a point. Doesn't really matter. I consider those flat days. But again, it's another flat day. RSI is flat, but volume is lower. Volume has been stagnantly going lower, but to me, it's not a bad sign, because a lot of people were like, there's inflation coming and all this stuff. And yes, eventually we will deal with that. But in the short term, for short-term trading and scalp trading for these stocks, like I'm seeing AMD in the chat, this is fine. This is a good sign in my opinion, and I wouldn't be too worried about it. And a lot of traders, especially if you're a trader, it's very different than being an investor. If you're an investor, things like inflation, all that stuff, long term should be kept in the back of your head so you can kind of adjust your investments. But if you're a trader short term, between now and the next 3 weeks for whenever your trade is going through, your catalyst is coming through, you shouldn't really be worried about inflation. Will it really affect your stock? For example, if you're trading some random Chinese Bitcoin stock, it shouldn't really matter to you because inflation is here in the States that we're worried, not in China, and your catalyst is Bitcoin, not what Jerome Powell is saying about inflation. So you just have to play it smart and psychologically. Don't defeat yourself. I see so many traders like today. Just look at this chart real quick. Let's just say you're trading this, right? And I'm in the FinTwit universe. You're in there. You see all these Twitter folks. Everyone's celebrating for these past few days. Everything's been green. Today there was a little bit of red in this market, in the small cap markets, and everyone was like, "Oh no, this sucks. We're back to red. I can't handle it. I quit." And I tweeted. I was like, "Come on, guys. You can't be serious. The market can't be green every single day. You can't have it rocketing every single day. That's just not how it works. If that happens, we saw what happened here. Take a look at it. Here from November until January until the second week of February, that's what happened. It was just straight rocketing. You had a little bit of minor pullbacks here and there, but then that caused this massive crash/correction that happened in March. I don't want to see that again. I prefer flat days. I prefer small 1%, 0.5% days that rocket than having to rocket every single day. And you will get your big jumps. You will get your catalysts. And there's a lot of stocks I want to talk about today in terms of that. So SPY is healthy in my opinion. MACD looks good. RSI looks good. Let's take a look at QQQ, which is kind of looking at the tech stocks in the tech sector. I know the AMD, and I know someone in this chat was asking about AMD. This is what you need to look at if you're trading tech stocks, especially the bigger stocks, even smaller stocks, because if you're trading smaller tech stocks, like let's say an ELSY or any small tech stock, looking at QQQ is good because your stock moves off of a sympathy. There's a lot of stocks that are in the EV sector that trade off of Tesla, like Solo, like KNDI, like AYRO, like SOLO. These all move off of Tesla, can be your index to look at. And this is where you look for tech stocks. Again, QQQ and SPY have been literally parallel. Look, another literally flat day. Again, you saw SPY was negative 0.06. QQQ is negative 0.07. I'm just going to call it NASDAQ. I know it's Invesco's QQQ, but we'll just call it NASDAQ. It's easier to say. And again, another flat day, essentially a little bit of green here, but it's healthy. The charts are, in my opinion, healthy. Volume is a little bit lower. I would like to see it. I would like to see more volume, but in my opinion, I'd rather see this than see this here where it drops down that quick. So we got to keep that and keep positivity, and it can't be green every day. And a lot of folks that I talk to or we talk to here in the chat and have the pleasure of having them comment and smash the like button, hopefully, they're swing traders. So if you're a swing trader, you usually go into a swing. Essentially, it's called a swing trade because you're swinging it into a catalyst or into a date, into an event. You're waiting for that catalyst to hit. You shouldn't be staring at the chart 24/7. The reason you're swing trading is because you want to make passive money. If you're a day trader, your eyes have to be locked into the chart and you have to be scalping it 0.5%, 1%, 2% here and there as you're playing the stocks. But if you're a swing trader, you shouldn't be glued to the monitors. You should have alerts on your Webull, your Robinhood, whatever you're using to trade, and then go off your day about that and like have a Benzinga Pro sign up if you haven't already. That'll tell you, have it in the background, bing. You can set it up here. Look, I have mine set up too. You have a news thing set up and you can connect it to your watch list, as you can see here, and it notifies you about all the stocks that you have in your watch list. Like for example, BNGO is a stock that I really like. Good news came out at 431. I wasn't paying attention to BNGO. BNGO for me is a 6, 8, 12-month stock swing. So I have it right here. Boom. I get news about it. Oh, there we go. Just saw that Square came in. I have Form 4 for Square. So these tools are there to help you because we're trying, the whole goal of trading and swing trading and investing is to become financially free long-term and not have to work. If you're working too hard, you're probably not doing it right. You probably have to spend more time educating yourself, probably have to spend more time learning the stock market itself. I've said this before many times on this program. I studied the stock market from 2012 until 2017 before even ever making a trade. That was A, because we couldn't trade without having to pay fees, and B, I couldn't afford to trade. I was a student. I was literally in high school and then in college, and I really couldn't afford it until I got my first internship. And even then, I was making $10 an hour at that point. So I really couldn't trade much. And I just started doing very, very small stuff and kind of building my way up there. You have to watch and learn the markets. this is all history of the market. If you just look back, it's all historical data of the market that you can kind of watch and look for. Learn from this data. Spend time learning it. Chasing just random stocks in hopes that they will rocket will not help you in the long term. Spend time learning, learn more, and take it in. And again, that wasn't a pump for BNGO. That was just literally an example that popped up there that I wanted to show you folks about it. But QQQ is healthy in my opinion. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. There's a few Bitcoin stocks I want to talk about. We have to talk about SOS because I know there's a lot of people talking about that. But again, let's draw some lines here. So we can see that Bitcoin is essentially sort of following this support line. This is the 4-hour chart here that I have, because the 4-hour chart is following this inverse head and shoulders pattern. Shoulder 1, head, shoulder 2 is forming here. But we can also go to the daily chart, because that's the chart that I really, really prefer. And you can see here, essentially this is the support line that has been holding, and essentially it is in a form of a channel that we can kind of draw here. I'm freehanding this, so forgive me if it's not perfect. I do a lot more of my drawing in Weeble than I do with the TD, because I can transfer from computer to computer, and I don't really want to pay for TradeView. But you can see here that it's been inside this channel. It's healthy. Again, this is one thing that I really need folks to understand is with Bitcoin, everyone expects Bitcoin to make these all-time highs every single week. Unfortunately, I want you to look at any single stock in the world or any index in the world, because Bitcoin is an index now, essentially. It's an asset, it's an index. Or look at gold. You can't make all-time highs every single time. That's just not how it works. That's not how it operates. You need to give it time to make these healthy pullbacks. Look, it went to almost 60K. It was rejected. 60K keeps getting rejected for some reason. Why? I'm not sure. Is it systematic manipulation? Is there something else going on? I'm not sure, but let's see. So it's going up and down, up and down, up and down, and it's sort of just kind of cycling in and out, and we'll definitely have to watch it. And I'm really, really curious to see how this plays out with Bitcoin, but I am long-term on this. I am very bullish on Bitcoin, and even in the short term, if you look here, look at the massive movement that Bitcoin has had over just the past year. It's an asset that is here to stay. It's not going anywhere. We've seen massive companies like Tesla making an investment. I put out a tweet today. I just want to show it to you folks real quick. I hope my screen's coming through. Just take a look at here. I stole this from Andre Jick, this little artwork, so shout out to him on YouTube. Tesla's Bitcoin is now worth over $2.4 billion, $2.45 billion that they just purchased at an average cost of $34,000. So they invested, I believe it was 1.5, and now it's at 2.45. So they're jumping up and doing very, very well. So just take the opportunity to use these things and take a look at them and learn more as you can moving into these different assets. So looking at Bitcoin, let's discuss SOS because we should, because this had a big Wall Street bets pump last night and into the after hours, and we saw it today, and it looks like the pump didn't hit. It had a 28% move up, and the after hours it's going red. Let's take a look at it intraday into the 10-minute chart. One thing I want to warn you folks about these pumps, I respect what the cause is. I respect what's going on here. But please remember, pumps, they're called pump and dumps for a reason. Someone is pumping this. They've already front-loaded it, and then they want to let go of it. I understand that after the GameStop situation, there's this noble cause to wipe out short sellers. One thing to remember is these short sellers have a lot of capital, as retail traders do as well. Credit to them. But please remember that it's a very, very dangerous game, and you're playing with money. This isn't a video game. We're playing with money here. So we need to play it safe and play it smart if you're going to do this. So if you bought here and you see the stock going up, take profits on the way up. It's not a noble cause to bag hold a stock that will financially destroy you, because I know a lot of people are jumping into this stock or any stock in hopes of becoming a millionaire or in hopes of wiping out a short seller. A short seller is going in with a position that is part of a financial structure that they can afford to leave in there for a certain amount of allotted time. So SOS, I know a lot of people talk about it and say, hey, SOS is a Bitcoin mining stock. They're getting 5,000 miners. They're getting 10,000 miners. One thing I want you guys to understand is not all Bitcoin miners are built the same. I want to show you something, and then we will move on to other stocks. So the S19 Pro miner that, for example, Marathon Patent Group uses, Riot uses. I'll talk about that as well, because Riot had really good news today. I want to talk about them as well. This thing comes with a mining power of 110 terahashes per second. The miners that SOS is using are not up to that caliber. So you'll have to buy a lot more miners to be able to get anywhere close to that hash rate. So I know a lot of people are saying, well, Mara's got 100,000 miners coming soon, but right now they only have like X amount of miners, and SOS has the same amount of miners as Mara. Shouldn't they both be $50 a share? Unfortunately, that's not how it works. I wish it would be true, because then we would all be buying SOS. The whole market would be flocking to SOS. We'd all be buying and riding it up to $50 a share, because that's how the breakdown works. But we have to remember, this is something Mirko Okamoto said in his interview this week with Luke on this network. If you haven't watched it, go check it out. He elegantly pointed out that, hey, not all miners are built the same. Not all have the same bandwidth, power, and capacity. So we need to play it smart. So go in with certain expectations. A lot of people were throwing out, hey, SOS will go to 100. In my opinion, I don't know. Can it? Maybe in 5-6 years down the line, as they expand their operations, maybe they can get there. But getting to $100 a share just from a Wall Street Bets, essentially, I'm going to call it a pump, not as a disrespectful term, but kind of as a term. It doesn't work that way, and as we can see here, it met resistance several times at 637 throughout this chart, and that means because people were taking profits. And you should take these opportunities to, if you're in it deep into the stock and you want to even hold it long term. If you're bag holding and like your average price is $6 a share and it goes to 635, again, not a financial advisor, this is all for educational entertainment purposes only. I would sell here at 635, and then when the stock cools off after this pump, hype, whatever you want to call it, dies off, and the stock comes back to under $4 a share, then I'd buy it then, lock in some profits, buy it then, and then ride it out into the long-term investment that I care about. I wouldn't go out there buying it at these peaks. If you look at these wicks up, that means someone is buying this stock up here in these wick ups. So you have to be very, very careful as a trader, as an investor, or whatever, because a lot of you could get really, really burned. And that's what happens is on days like today, like let's say this comes down to $4 a share, I'm going to see you on Twitter talking about, hey man, this sucks, I'm red, I'm bag holding. Don't do that to yourselves. You're psychologically hurting yourself. Again, I'm not saying SOS is a bad stock. I think long term it could do great. They're just going to need to be raising a lot more money in order to buy more miner to be able to get to the 1 exahash hash rate that they need to get to be on par with others. And they'll be needing to spend a lot more money, which means raising more money, aka more dilution, more offerings, as we've seen in the past. We saw with Mara. You guys know I love Mara. Mara spent all of last year doing offerings, just offerings back to back to back to back to back. And we saw how much that hurt that stock. And I went through that process. I was there in Mara before the summer, or during the summer, excuse me, and just through all those offerings, it's mentally exhausting watching your stock be red for 6, 8, 10 months until it finally breaks out. Again, that comes with doing your DD, your conviction. Do you trust the company that's behind this play to execute this? I trusted Mirko Okamoto, so that's why I kind of did that and went through it. Yes, Mr. Gearbox is saying 8 raises in 9 weeks. Big slew of class actions are coming against SOS today. I don't know about the class action lawsuits, but yeah, they have been doing a lot of offerings. And this happened with Mara as well. They were guilty of this as well, because you have to spend money to make money. But again, you're dealing with a market that is no longer a virgin market when Riot and Mara were the only 2 players. When Riot and Mara were the only 2 players, they are able to extensively go out and buy Bitcoin mining machines for cheaper. Bitcoin mining machines have gotten way more expensive now. You'll see it when the details come out. Riot announced today that they're going to be buying more miners. And we'll jump into that in a second. But miners are getting more expensive. There's a chip shortage. Play it smart. Play it cool. Maybe you want to buy 1,000 shares of SOS. Maybe instead you buy 500 shares of Riot, or 500 shares of Mara, or 500 shares of another stock. But just play it smart. There's more sophomore and junior or even senior based companies in the Bitcoin mining industry that you can kind of invest in that will help you long term if you're trying to become a long term investor in something like SOS and take it there. But again, just trying to become a millionaire or even $100,000 heir or whatever you call that off of one stock, off of a short squeeze, will really, really hurt you, especially if you're a new trader and you can't read level 2, you can't read MACD, you can't read the charts. It will hurt you long term. And my main goal, I've always said this, is my main goal as someone, the reason I joined FinTwit and the reason I post and tweet all the time, especially on red days, you'll see me talking a lot more than on green days, is because I don't want anyone to ever give up or quit trading on a red day or on a loss. So that's why I try to warn traders. I will always tell you the truth about how I feel, even if you don't like it, even if you hate me for it. I'd rather be your friend. Your friend will tell you the truth. Your enemy will lie to you in order for them to be able to get something out of you. So again, be very smart, play it smart, take profits on the way up with whatever you play. Let's go to Riot real quick. And sorry about that rant if that was a lot, but again, I just want to make sure you folks play it smart and are protected against the market. And I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties. There we go. There's Riot. Okay, Riot's picking up in the after hours. This is awesome. So Riot, shares of crypto are dipping again. This is one of the beautiful features of Benzinga Pro is it tells you exactly what's going on. I'm going to be making a few videos about Benzinga Pro into the coming weeks to kind of give you guys more details on how it works. So if you want to check it out, one of my favorite tools is this Peers tool where it kind of tells you other companies that are in the same sector. But I'll definitely do those in videos on YouTube and Twitter and posting them there. But if you look here, you got a Form 8 here coming through. Let's see, this is an 8K. Again, this is saying that they're going to be needing to pay $135.8 million, which again, 20% needs to be paid, then 30%, then 50%. These are for the new Bitcoin miners they're buying. So what does that mean to me? Again, if you look at their 10K, someone on Twitter was kind enough to do this. I'm just going to jump to my Twitter to show you. There he is. Rocket Man actually pointed this out, that Riot in their 10K offering, and their 10K, I'm sorry, not 10K offering, and their 10K filing, which is their annual report, said that even if prices are significantly higher for our mining activities, we're likely going to need to raise additional capital to fund the acquisition of new miners, to replace our existing miners and expand our fleet to be competitive in our volatile and highly competitive industry. What does that mean? That means there's probably an offering coming down the line. What does that mean to you? Two things. One, if you're in Riot, it's probably a good idea to take profits because the stock price will take a hit, because an offering means it comes with dilution. Two, what does that mean for you new traders who like a company like Riot, who want to be part of a company that's expanding and aiming to get to 7 exahash is the metric they want to hit by the end of next year? That means, hey, this is an opportunity for you when the offering hits and when the price drops, because an offering price will drop. I imagine, let's take a look at the chart. I'm going to try to kind of guesstimate. Again, this is if Bitcoin holds its current levels and Bitcoin doesn't drop, because if Bitcoin drops, Riot will drop as we saw today. We'll see Riot drop as well. So let's go to the daily chart and take a look at it there. So again, Riot, just like Mara, has been on a charge upwards, and we've discussed it a lot. The 50 MA has been in support, which it broke only one day on the 25th. Again, that was due to a huge Bitcoin dip, but that's not a problem. I imagine we will come and test this dip here, which is a low of $39. I imagine we'll come down to about $35 into the $35 area with the current Bitcoin levels, if and when Riot does an offering. I'm not saying they will. I'm just saying based off of what they put in their 10K, based off the amount of money they're going to have to pay, they will probably do an offering. And again, like mentioned beforehand, offerings are not a bad thing for stocks. You need to spend money to make money. It comes with dilution, yes, but again, Riot is a low float company that can afford to dilute here, and a lot of people hate dilution. I personally don't care, because if a company fundamentally needs money to expand its operations and get somewhere in 6 to 8 months that puts them in a better trajectory than staying stagnant in an ever-growing sector, go ahead, dilute the hell out of it. Raise as much money as you need. Expand your fleet, expand your operations, get better mining machines. They need to be competitive. They've got Mara, which is going to be exceeding them at the end of this year. So these folks need to raise money to exceed Mara and be on par with them next year. Personally, what I would like to see, and this is something that I've kind of been dreaming about, is if Riot and Mara kind of join forces, join a Bitcoin mining pool. We saw that DMG and Mara are forming a North American Bitcoin mining pool. I'd like to see Riot join that as well. I think that would be beneficial for them and Mara. You don't need to compete in this sector. There's no real competition, because it's just how the Bitcoin mine network works, is you will be rewarded. But this is really good news for them. They'll be purchasing these 42,000 S19 miners in 2022, because Bitmain is sold out this year, and the S19Js are very, very good Bitcoin mining machines. So that's that. Another stock that I want to talk about that's Bitcoin related, the last one I promise, is MFH. This is one that I've been eyeing personally. Full disclosure, I want to open a position into this stock, and the reason I want to share it with you is we discussed this on the stream a few days ago, so I want to bring it to you here and give you an update and tell you my plan for this, full transparency, because we're here, we're friends, we're family. So we've got a bull flag forming here. We had a red day here because Bitcoin dipped, which is fair. That means I get an opportunity to get this stock for a lot cheaper. And I know where the Bitcoin is going because of the pattern of the inverse head and shoulders, which is bullish on the 4-hour chart. Hopefully someone showed me a picture that it's in a regular head and shoulders pattern, but I tried tracing that myself and I couldn't see it. And I will take a look at it later in more depth and update you guys the next time we have this stream. But so subscribe so you can come back and watch the stream. So you see here, MFH has the ability to get to $10 very quickly. They have a 7, so you can't see the float here, but it's about an 8 million to 9 million float, 8.5 to 9 million float. They're in the Bitcoin mining industry. They move in the Bitcoin digital asset industry, blockchain, all that stuff. So it helps them a lot. They're not in danger of dilution. The only danger they really have is they are a Chinese-based company. Last I checked, I just want to double check one more time. I know we checked last time we were here, but I'm 90,000% sure they're a Chinese-based company. Again, they're a leading network blockchain company. So if you want to invest in blockchain long-term, MFH is one of those companies that you can do it. But again, be careful. Chinese companies have been under attack by a lot of short sellers because they're an easy target. But MFH, bull flag right here. You see, I would need to delete these lines. So just keep the bull flag in the back of your head. I'm just going to delete these lines real quick to get a better view of the 21 moving average is this green line right here. Let me see if I can make them a little bit more visually easy to see. Okay. All right, I would need to play around more with it. But here, I'll trace it for you. So if you look here, the 21 moving average is above the 21 moving average, which is good. It's struggling today, down about 10%. Then you have the 50 MA and the 200 MA is above these. So again, with Bitcoin's moving patterns, I'm looking to establish a position into this around the $7 area for a long-term swing into when Bitcoin eventually makes its way to 60K. Now, this is a good lesson for scaling in. Think of this like a live trade, but not really a live trade. Maximize your producer Aaron, could we maximize the screen so they can see the full charts and take me out so that they so I'm going to pop this so you can get a better look at it here. Thank you, Finding Adventure, for that tip. You guys don't need to see me, you can hear me. So what I'm looking to do is I'm going to slowly scale in at a 25, 25, 25, 25 breakdown. So that means I'm going to be buying 25% of my position at $7, watching Bitcoin's movements. I imagine this will come down and test the 50 moving average again around $6.50, $6 in that area. I will add another position there. Then depending where Bitcoin is, again, if Bitcoin legs up and we start going back to the $7 area, I'll buy again at $7 or even higher. So I'd be literally averaging down, then averaging up, and then buying my final position, my final fourth of my position, closer towards that 60K area or any red days that I catch on the way to the 60K area. So that way I'll have my full position ready to go for when Bitcoin hits 60K. Again, not a pump. This is just something that I wanted to share with you guys personally into how I am playing stocks. I wanted to give you an idea because I know a lot of people say, hey, can you give us some trade ideas about what you're doing? So I wanted to honor that promise that I'd like to do here. So there it is. That's a sample trade. So if you guys have any questions about stocks, you can start throwing them in here. I'm seeing folks are saying DMX passed away. Let me just Google that real quick. I know we're not a rap channel. I'm not seeing any official stories on that. So I'm not going to comment on it, but if he did, rest in peace. A huge musician figure. He actually lived very close to where I was back in the day where he lived in Yonkers. He actually lived very close to the area that I am in. But let's discuss some stocks. I saw AMD early on into the chat. So let me just jump into AMD so we can discuss advanced micro devices, one of my favorite companies out there in biochips along with NVIDIA. So here we go. So it's testing the 200 moving average. The 21 moving is under the two, under there. It looks like if we start legging up, we might death cross and see this stock take a dive. Again, tech stocks have been struggling a bit, but the MACD is telling me we're going strong upward. RSI is healthy. It's between the 30 and 70 range, not oversold, nowhere near oversold. So it tells me there's more room for it to go. So let me check out if there's any news on this stock. So you're seeing we're getting call sweeps. So again, we discuss this on the channel a lot. This is a good indicator. People are betting that the stock will go to $95, $85, $75, $81 across the board. You even have a call option sweep for $105. This is again, another cool benefit of the Benzinga Pro Tools. You'll see a lot of this information, but there's necessarily not much news on this one. Earnings for this came out a while ago, so I'm not worried about earnings or an earnings play. Based off the chart, I really do like it. If you're investing in it long term, use these red days down here to invest, but again, scale in because tech can take a dive. The chip shortage can hurt AMD as well because it's a chip producing factory. So there's a reason they're not able to produce as many chips. Not that it's a nefarious or bad thing. It's just how the market and industry work. But let's get these stocks coming in. ATNF. Elliot is asking about ATNF. And do me a favor, if you're going to ask about a stock, smash the like button if you haven't. I'm seeing the Bitfarms question. I will get to it, I promise. ATNF. Let's go. 180 Life Sciences. Looks like you guys had a big day here. 12% day. Isn't it funny now we start to appreciate 12% days, 7% days, back when people only appreciated 100% days. So let's take a look at it. So the MACD is getting tighter. RSI is strong, headed upward. That's good. It's fighting the 200 moving average to establish that as the new support. So we'd have to see it consecutively close above the 200 moving average for 2 to 3 days to confirm that it's established that. And watch it in, but it's good. It was using the 50 moving average as support and then became the 21 moving average, and now it's fighting for the 200 moving average as support, which is good. In my opinion, this stock took a dive recently here. I'm imagining this is off of bad news or something that happened along with this stock, but again, it jumped up today. Earnings are coming up. It's saying it's unconfirmed, but in the next few days, so keep an eye on that. But let's see if there's any real news that came out. Uptrend with cannabinoid and anti-inflammatory. Okay, so cool. Looks like they're doing cannabis-related medicinal stuff, which will help. A lot of discussion has been going around on FinTwit about what's the deal with the cannabis stocks. Why haven't they made the massive moves? We know the bill's coming. Keep in mind the infrastructure bill is right now the key bill that Congress wants to get in there and wants passed, and it's the hot item topic because the country needs an investment in order to keep it from essentially for keeping our GDP from crumbling. So we need to definitely take a look into that first, and then it will eventually move into there. I know New York passed recreational, and that helped stocks a lot. But congratulations to ATNF, and again, as always, please remember to take some profits. Okay, Bitfarms, JP, I promised you. Look at Bitfarms. Bitfarms is a OTC related one. I'm not too familiar with Bitfarms. I know that their chart is ready for a primal reversal. A strong OTCs tend to lag a lot harder than regular stocks for BTC related because, of course, you have to pay the OTC fees, and not all platforms allow you to trade this. Yep, Igor, we are live, my friend. If you have any questions, drop them in the chat. I bet that freaked you out right there. But let me see if there's any news on so again, just essentially just generic Bitcoin news. So this will move generically with Bitcoin. The chart is really good, primed for a reversal right here. Taking a look at the MACD, the RSI is healthy. 21 moving average is support. It tends to break it a bit, but that's okay. I'll give it that leniency. I'll chalk that up to looking at your Bitcoin movement and taking it from there. But again, this, I don't know if this wick is, I'll take that as an erroneous wick, but again, just looking here, this has the power to get to $6. So again, this is another stock you might be able to scalp trade as Bitcoin is going to higher highs. Play it smart, scale in slowly, and you could probably scalp this, but this is an interesting OTC play with a very, very strong chart that's primed for reversal. But again, you have to watch Bitcoin, because if Bitcoin doesn't go up, this will probably not go up unless they have some massive, massive news coming down the pike. Looking through the chat for some comments about some stocks. Okay. Igor is asking about ACB. Igor, I hope you smashed the like button because Aurora Cannabis is the first cannabis stock I ever played, and it's got a near and dear place in my heart. It's one of the first cannabis stocks that I ever played, and I really like the company, but they have been struggling a bit. They've got a lot of potential, but they've been struggling a bit, and they need a lot of love. They're based in Canada. I know they're doing a lot of great stuff. I recently looked at one of their investor presentations and some of their stuff. Jim, we will take a look at Palantir soon. Omar, I know I see your Palantir comments. We will address those. ACB's having a rough time. It's broken through all three moving averages of support layers. You have a support layer here that's very, very flimsy, as you can see at 842. That will probably be broken either sometime today or tomorrow. If it has, well, essentially you're above it, so it probably won't be breaking today. But again, it closed right on that support line, so that's something. So I'd be looking at the next sort of support layer around the low point of this one, which would be around, I would say, the $8.16. So around the $8 area is where I'd be looking as a key layer of support. Again, you have a gap here. in this chart. So it looks like the stock wants to fill this gap between $7.30 and $8.25. So I can see this stock coming down here, dropping down, going back up. Ruel, what's up, my man? How are you doing? So I can see this stock dipping and coming back up and slowly building its way back up there. But there's also another gap here that can also might be addressed. But again, these are spikes that happened during the cannabis hype that happened in November, spikes that happened during February for the cannabis hype we saw with Sundial. So we will definitely need to watch this closely. This is not a strong cannabis stock that I personally like. Ruel is asking about Leaf. Let's take a look at Leaf, and then I will jump into our tech stock. I like talking about cannabis stocks because we come live on the heels of the cannabis show, so we can see how we're doing with them. But Igor, yeah, I see what you're saying. You're saying you're dying here. It's hard, my friend. But again, you have catalysts coming down the pike to save you, so that's a good thing. So just keep your head up, but again, have some dry powder if you can to average down and take it from there. Isaac, we did talk about SOS. If you scrub and rewind a little bit, you'll be able to see it. I spent like 20 minutes talking about SOS. So it looks like Leaf gapped up. So congratulations. Let's see why it gapped up 3 days ago. This is why I love this tool, man. It makes my life so much easier than having to go Google Leaf and see what happened. Let me see. Security exchanges Leaf to here we go. Looks like Graham Holdings is to acquire Leaf for $8.50 a share. So what that means is people will run to go out there and buy Leaf so under $8.50 so they can easily scalp it. So again, stock is above that. So to me, I don't know why anyone would hold this in this area of $9.11 when we know the cap or the highest point this stock would be going to is $8.50 on acquisition. Rule saying it's an NFT play. That's very, very interesting. That's very, very interesting to see how that plays out. There's so many NFT plays these days, so be very careful. Especially, is Leaf in the cannabis? I believe Leaf is in the cannabis area. Huge passionate audiences, growing lifestyle categories. Leaf isn't in cannabis. I could have sworn Leaf was a cannabis company. Oh, it's a media-related company. Even cooler. Okay, good. It's not cannabis. I don't know why I thought it was cannabis, but let's take a look. They got a lot of stuff here. Let's see what brands they work with. Publishing. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Let me see. Just a lot of fitness, a lot of art, Society 6. I don't know any of these brands. I'm not very big into the art world or much of this stuff, but I would look into it. NFTs are awesome, but you have to also keep in mind that you have to have something that you can NFT that is worth people buying. So, for example, if I NFT this microphone, a picture of this microphone, I imagine not many people would even bid on it and wouldn't care. But for example, if I don't know, Michael Jordan does a last-minute buzzer shot winning clip and NFTs that will get a lot of hype. So you have to look for where this NFT-related area is and kind of play it off of that and take it from there. Let's take a look at Palantir because I saw a few people talking about Palantir. And folks, if you haven't already, smash the like button. Let's get these likes up. I have no clue what we're at with likes right now, but I'm going to set a goal and we're going to get there. So we're at 134. Let's see if we can get to 150 by the end of this show. Do me proud, folks. Do me proud. Let's take a look at Palantir, one of my favorite tech companies. And a lot of people are saying this is a sleeper Biden stock. This is a sleeper stock for the infrastructure bill because it can be used to track a lot of the green energy plays that are happening within the sector and within the industry. So let's take a look here. So the MACD is flat, but it is positive. So if we zoom in here, you see this is a positive MACD, but it's very, very flat and very, very tight. RSI is sort of flat as well. And as we've been looking at this stock for the past few weeks into the show, we have been stuck within this box under the 21, but again, we're slowly overtaking the 21 moving average. We closed red today. It's okay. This is going to take some time and take some hype for people to truly understand. A lot of people have no clue how to truly play a Palantir because a lot of people have no clue what they do and how it works. But well, it's Adnan is saying it's got a weird price distribution. Yeah, it does fluctuate a lot. Look, the stock was at a high of $45, and now we're down to half that stock price. I know there was a little bit of news. They got a contract, I believe, a few days ago. Let me pull that up. Palantir. Okay, so there we go. There's the problem. Moore Alexander sold 12,000 shares. So again, once you have insider selling, that will hurt a stock. But for me personally, I'm a long-term investor in Palantir, so I will be holding it for like 1 to 2 to 5 years. So I'm not worried about it. Short term, you might be able to swing trade it, but they will need some really good news. I can't find it here because my eyes are playing games on me. But Palantir had some good news where they got a contract a few days ago. Let's see, Palantir contract. Here it is. Palantir shares rally after announcing a contract with Nuclear Safety Agency. So we'll definitely have to look into that, but I think it should be good for it. Again, this is where the rally essentially happened. Long term, you'll see this kind of slowly help them into their Q2 earnings or Q1 2021 earnings that will be presented in Q2 of this year. So keep that in mind in the back of your head for if you're playing Palantir. It's not an easy stock to scalp. CA is asking about NNDM. NNDM is one of Kathy Wood's favorite stocks and one of my personal favorite stocks. If you haven't seen her interview with Jason Raznick on the network, just search Jason Raznick or just search Benzinga Kathy Wood interview and it will pop up. It's a fantastic interview that you should all see. Watching that interview psychologically helped me get through the red chaos that was happening in February and March. So if you watch that, it can give you a lot of, can psychologically help you. So right now we have a support level here at a low of $6.50. It is respecting that. It is holding that support layer. It's also holding the support layer of $7.68. This stock, please keep in mind, they have $1.5 billion on their books. They're got a lot of news coming into the pike. Eventually, they want to do an acquisition of 1 to 2 companies with that money. They're not just sitting on it. They just got named a new president, as you can see here. 3D company, Nano Dimensions, appointed Zivi Nevidzvi as president. So they got a new president on board. So that's really, really cool. That's going to be exciting to see what they have in play. So again, just keep in mind, again, this is being shorted as well. As you can see here, Nano Dimensions shares are down low, 1.7% short seller, bear cave. In short reports, I don't know how you would short report on a company like this that has massive government contracts. If you have any clue how government contracts work, is these companies get vetted down to like the guy who, I don't know, changes the ink cartridges in their printers gets vetted. So you got to be very, very, very patient with this one because I think long term it will pay off. It just needs to recover and get to where it needs to go. Let's see, what else do we have coming into the chat? Franco is asking about GSX. Franco, did you smash the like button? My man, I need you to smash the like button for me. Oh, this stock is taking a beating. Okay, let's see. What do these guys do? Education plays are going to suffer. Education plays are going to suffer because schools are opening. As schools start to open, you'll see education plays take a hit because you no longer need these really education plays as much as you thought that you would need them. So these education plays will take a hit. It looks like it got a downgrade here in the stock. Downgrades hurt them more than an upgrade helps them. Again, it's a Chinese-based company, so it will suffer even more because Chinese-based companies have so much stigma behind them these days. A lot of short reporters are attacking these Chinese-based companies. But again, you have a big dive here. See a 41% drop, more drops again. I hope you're not in it. I really hope you're not in it. I'm not crazy about this one, and I wouldn't touch it. I personally wouldn't touch it. I haven't touched any education plays. I think the last one I played was sometime in August or November was Boxel. Because I'm really curious to see how they're doing. Yeah, not much. Essentially stagnation. The Boxel is stuck in a box. But yeah, if you look here, education plays were doing really hot. This is when they announced they're working with Samsung. But education plays will not do so hot, especially as the U.S. is reopening. There's not much need for them unless they have a certain aspect or feature that they can kind of hold into the recovery. So let's see. Let's take a look at the chat. Thoughts on Fubo? Elliot Wolf is asking about Fubo. Elliot, smash the like button for me, buddy. Fubo we've discussed on this program extensively. Fubo is another one it wants to reverse. Just take a look here at the MACD. It's telling me, hey, we want to reverse. We're curving. We want to reverse. It's saying, hey, we want to get there, but then no dice, not enough volume to reverse, not enough influx of positive volume to reverse. And it's been struggling. This one's dealing with a lot of different litigation lawsuits that, again, look, more class action lawsuits coming around on this company because apparently, I don't know what was going on. I'm not going to even dive into it. You can look into that for yourself. I don't want to get into any legal issues with Fubo. Long term, I like the company. I don't know what it is. I like the company. I don't like the stock right now. The stock is ugly right now, and I think we can come down to see the $15 area in this stock. It will eventually get to the point where these folks that are holding the 200 moving support will eventually let go, and we will see this stock, the next layer of support for this stock comes down to the $14-15 area. So we'll definitely have to see how football plays out. Joe, thank you so much for smashing the like button. Igor, if you can average down, if you like to play, look to average down, or maybe look to cut your loss, but look for catalysts and look to see if you want to hold this company long term and play it there. There are always other places where you can kind of make money. You see, again, not financial advice, just what I would do. Brain Cell Therapeutics. Talk about a cool name for a company. Let's see what these are. Obviously, immunology, biotech company focused on targeting safe approaches for managing cancer. Okay, these are cool. I like bio companies. I don't understand them. I'm not very good at them. Because again, 6K, by the way, if you folks didn't know, it's an international filing for an 8K, which is a form of kind of letting you know about where a company is going. Again, it's kind of like a note to the investors. So it looks like this might be their earnings report in here. I'm not going to dive too deep into that because I'm just going to take a look at the chart because we are running out of time. But let's take a look. XRP Igor is doing well, by the way. I saw that Sarah comment coming in, but we just can't trade it here in the States. Daily chart, you have a gap down here. This could be a good gap up play. I always forget where there it is. I did good this time. I found the rectangle tool. But if you look here, you got a gap right here in the chart. From this point, a gap down, something happened, some bad news happened, but it's slowly starting to make its way back up. It will take some time, but it will slowly want to fill that gap up back to 6 naturally in the stock. But it looks like a very, very low volume stock from what I'm seeing. Yeah, under a mil, half a mil. Today it did good, almost a mil. Again, this thing needs volume. This thing needs volume. It has earnings coming up, and earnings might have already just came out based off of that filing. So look into it, see how you feel about it. And so I've been saying Binance closed XRP down after it got. I don't know. I don't know too much. I know XRP is struggling a little bit. I like XRP a lot. Their tech is awesome, but I just need to see them get through this SEC filings and all that crap. But I really like the tech behind XRP a lot. Let's see what else we got. Hassan Abbas is asking about any updates on SESN. I'm not sure. I've never played SESN. We've never looked at it on the show, but let's take a look at the chart. I think you double tops here. So it's got a resistance point that does not want to break at $3.58. Let me see, $3.57, $3.54. Yeah, it doesn't want to go over that. So you double tops here in SESN. Your 50 MA is being tested and was broken today. That's okay. I wouldn't worry about too much. Your volume was low compared to relative volume of the 4 to 15 million that this stock usually does. This is a low float, I think. Let me see. No, it's not a low float. I'm mixing it up with another one. A DEFA 14 filing. What is this? Okay. All right, we're going to ignore that. Oh, hold on. I think I just saw something. Vote proposal to increase the number of shares by 200 million. Oh, no. That means they're getting – these guys are setting up for an offering. That's what it means. They want to issue 200 million shares. We're going to raise money on top of that. They have 110 million in cash. I don't know why they would need to raise shares for an offering. I don't understand. Maybe they've got something in the pike. They need to do it. Saying there's a catalyst. Ultimate catalyst is a vitamicin. I don't know. I would keep an eye on it. Just taking a look at it from a pure chart standpoint, this might be a stock that you can kind of scalp. It looks like it comes down and it fluxes back up. You might be able to scalp it all the way back up again to this $3.50 area. So take a look at it there. Thylo, do me a favor, smash the like button and I'll look at BNGO. Guys, we're 2 away from hitting our goal of 150 likes on this video. Can you get me there? Can we get there, please? We've got 5 minutes. All we need is 2 likes. Let's get there. All right. So we're under the 21 moving average, but we're holding 200 as master support. That's good for BNGO. I like that a lot. MACD is tight here. Let's see what's going on. MACD looks like it wanted to reverse. If you look here for like 1 day, it wanted to reverse, and then it rejected that reversal. All right, that's fine. BNGO had some news today, which is pretty decent. They're starting their today. They announced that multiple studies in detection of structural variants being used by their Cypher machine. It looks like they're rolling that out and doing more testing for tumors. So that's going to be good if their machine, that Cypher machine, is very, very powerful. Keep an eye on that. And this is one of those stocks that gives me vibes. Announces their use of Sapphire system in Africa. Africa is a fruitful, budding place for technology, and I think that they can do a lot of good work there. And they have a presentation. There you go. There's your catalyst presentation time, April 14th at 1 to 2 p.m. So they might be presenting us with some results there. So that can be very, very interesting to keep on your radar. Let's take a look at the chart from a technical standpoint. Maybe it's time to open a position in BNGO for those of you who aren't in it. Full disclosure, I have a position in BNGO, but long-term investing for me. I want to hold this to the point where it gets like 30, 40 bucks like down the bike because I believe in their genomics technology. So we have master support here at $5.60. We have more support here at around $7. We're at $7.40 today. We closed red, down 5 points. I don't know why. Again, I guess with the overall market. Before we leave, again, BNGO, good stock. I like it. I like the stock, as Roaring Kitty would say. I want to show you the Russell 2000. Russell 2000 trade view. Again, we discussed this on the stream yesterday. The Russell 2000 should be the index that you're looking at for your stocks. If you're playing small caps, it should not be the SPY and QQQ. So I want you to take a look at this. Look, it wants to reverse. We did Bollinger Bands yesterday. I tell you guys how to do Bollinger Bands. Very, very simple tool to use. Whoa, what did I just do here? Okay, that's weird. I guess I opened the wrong one. Bollinger Band, not Bollinger. I clicked strategy, that's why. So look here, we're riding the midpoint of the Bollinger Band, but we're above the midpoint Bollinger Band. So we're getting ready for a reversal. So I'm very excited for small cap stocks. The reversal is coming. Patience will pay off. You can see this thing cycles through the Bollinger Bands. When you get to the top of the Bollinger Band, if you look here around March 15th, small caps started hurting then, but we're slowly starting to recover and it will do well. Hopefully, we just need to get the input volume. And let's turn on the volume indicator real quick. I'm getting errors. Let me close MACD. You guys can see MACD is reversing. No volume data. Okay, no problem. But again, keep that in mind. Use that as your backbone, not SPY and all that stuff. That will not. And by the way, thank you so much for getting us to 150 likes on the stream. I really appreciate that. Keep the questions coming. I think we have time for one more question. Producer AB, do we have time for one more, or are we wrapping it up? Okay, I think producer AB is AFK, which means away from keyboard. One thing I want to share with you folks is Biden's infrastructure plan is calling for $100 billion for new consumer vehicles via rebates. Rebates right now are structured for $7,500 per car. So if you buy an EV car, you'll get a $7,500 rebate. But they're saying it might go to $10,000. So what does that mean? Let's go to Tesla's website and let's see how this plays out. We're going to have some fun. So this is something I used to do as a kid all the time. And I want to show you this is important because you can see the power of something like that. So let's take a look at a Model Y, for example. And whoever's tuning into the stream right now, I promise you this will relate back to stocks in a second. I just want to show you something. So you're getting essentially a $10,000 discount on any car that's EV related. So your CCIVs, your Tesla Motors, your GMs, your Fords. Where's my buy button? What's going on? I think my ad blocker is blocking the buy button. But no, we're not buying a Tesla live. I wish, that'd be awesome. But we Ashley, thank you. I appreciate that. That means a lot. Thank you so much. But here, take a look here. So you'll see here, if you wanted to buy the Tesla stock, it's going to do very well because of this. That's where I'm kind of going here. So if you look here, just the cash price of the car is $50K. So I'm in New York, so I get an additional $2,000 incentive. If you get a $10,000 incentive, this car goes from $50,000 to $40,000. So this will help the production and purchase of all these cars moving forward, and it will positively affect a lot of the stocks that are in this sector. I think we have a little bit more time. Let me see. I can get something in private chat. Okay. Whenever you guys, whoever's on the ones and twos, whenever you guys need me to sign off, just let me know, and I'll be more than happy to sign off. But if you look at Tesla stock has been producer AB. We wrapping up.
Yeah, we'll go through. Let's go through Tesla real quick, and we got to wrap up here in the next minute. We got a big show coming up.
Okay, perfect. So I'll wrap it up real quick. So folks, just use Tesla as your index to look at like SPY or QQQ or the Russell 2000 for your EV plays for like Fisker, CCIV, Solo, Candy, and all those. So again, thank you all so much for watching. Producer AB, thank you so much for being on the ones and twos as always. And if you have any questions that you need me to answer, I'll be on my Twitter answering those as well. You can find me at Ryan Rozbiani. I'll throw it in the chat so you folks can find me.
Oh, I'm one step ahead of you. I'm throwing it in the chat right now.
Oh, you're the man. Producer AB. Producer AB. Ladies and gentlemen, smash the like button for Producer AB. We got a ton of likes in this video, by the way.
Yeah.
We hit 166. That's awesome.
Thanks a lot, Ryan.
No problem, guys. Have a good one.
Right.
Bye-bye.
All right, that'll be a wrap for After Hours with Ryan Rozbiani, AC, Producer AB. It is time now for our least serious, our least informative, most fun show on Benzinga. Around the Bell, the show where everything is made up, even the information, and the points very much do matter. Mitch, let's roll that intro. Joining me today, I just mentioned his name, Mitch Hott. Welcome to Around the Bell.
What up? What up?
Coming off the high of talking to Gary Vee this morning.
Yes. Celebrating, getting a little drink on, ready to enjoy the show.
Is that blue juice? What is that?
You don't know what's in here. You don't want to know.
I don't want to know. All right. Next up, the man with the plan, the Jesus of Wall Street, Kenny Glick, hit the bid.
What?
What up, my man? I drink nothing or eat nothing that is blue. I always think I'm eating a Smurf. What is that nastiness?
That's a good life rule to have, I think.
No blue foods.
Avoid blue foods and blue drink. Joining me next, all the way from Ann Arbor, Michigan. You know him. You love him, but he can't read. Dyslexic Drew. How are we doing today?
Working hard.
Working hard.
Getting back to it.
Yeah.
Not reading, though.
Yeah, we can tell. Last but not least, all the way, well, actually in Detroit via Chicago, Illinois, Ryan Faluna. What up, sir?
How's it going? First of all, Drew is not working hard. He's hardly working. And as far as the blue goes, I am not going to sit around here and listen to you guys bash stuff that is blue raspberry flavored. Okay, you can take that garbage somewhere else.
Wow. All right. Fair enough. So, you guys, if you haven't seen our show before, very simple to understand. We've got a scoreboard. We've got topics. I've got a timer. I will ask questions, give Ryan, Mitch, Drew, and Kenny time to answer each question. Award points arbitrarily based on however I'm feeling in the moment. You only live once. And then at the end of every round, we'll kick somebody out until eventually we have a champion. That being said, let's roll into round one, Mitch.
Are you going to put me on the scoreboard, or is Drew going to get 2 entries?
Let's roll.
No more making fun of him for not reading. No more making fun of him for not reading, Spencer.
All right. Hey, I said it's our least serious show. Ryan Faluna is on the scoreboard now. All right, let's start with topic number 1. We're talking about SPACs here. Talking about SPACs. Generally speaking, is the bottom in for SPACs? Have SPACs stopped going down for the moment? Ryan, since I neglected you on the scoreboard, we're going to start with you. Is the bottom in SPACs?
No. Simply put, no, it's not. You're going to see some SPACs continue to go down. There are going to be some good deals out there. A lot of it is going to have to be, or a lot of it's going to depend on how it's actually structured, how the deal's structured. The pipe for CCIV, that nixed everything. The bottom is not in. Some of these SPACs will continue to pound those lows.
All right, some points for conviction and for pointing out CCIV in particular. Dyslexic Drew is the bottom in for SPACs.
Yeah, so the SPAC man himself, Chamath, our boy, we love him. We had him on the Power Hour. He is kind of, taking some money off the table with some SPACs. Not a great sign for a man that owns, I think, 5 SPACs. It's a lot of SPACs. So I think the bottom is definitely, on its way. It's coming up. There's a lot of SPACs nearing that $10, IPO price target. So there's a lot of great deals. I think some of them like Pershing Square, maybe Ajax, Bridgetown, maybe they're nearing the bottoms, but there's a lot more that have a lot of room to fall.
All right. Nice job, Dyslexic Drew. The co-host is SPACs Attack, Mitch Hotch.
What are you guys smoking? This is the bottom, baby. We are coming back from the bottom. You know why? Because you're starting to see no more SPACs coming out. So the supply has gone down. The demand is going to meet the supply. And then now you're going to start seeing some of these companies that have de-SPACed start ripping, start getting those short squeezes. Look out, CLV, Clover Leaves, whichever one you want. Watch out because the 9 bottom is really the bottom. If you can risk off of $1 and look to make 5 or 6, I'll take it anytime. So is this the bottom? Hell yes, this is the bottom. And we're going only up from here.
Kenny Glick.
What the hell's a SPAC?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
You mean that sector that I brought to you guys with Nicola and DraftKings in space?
Yes, I want to mention that. Kenny Glick is the person that introduced me to SPACs I think it was the end of April. He was like, guys, check out this VTIQ. I don't know what it is, but I like it.
Oh, God, VTIQ.
Kenny.
Nicola.
Kenny was on this SPAC trade really early. So that being said, Kenny Glick is the bottom in SPACs.
Absolutely not. 9 out of 10 of these companies, you will never hear from them again. I do like one because it's becoming a baseball card company that I always like. MUDS, M-U-D-S, is going to become Tops. But I'm going to wait for these things to become real companies, and then we'll decide which ones we want to invest in. When they become a DraftKings or a Space or something like that, then we'll be interested. But I think 9 out of 10 of these are going to be never heard from again. I'd be a seller of all of them.
All right. After the first question in round 1, we're very early here, 2 points apiece or $2 apiece for that one. Question numero deuce. Jamie Dimon out this morning with his annual letter, ran pretty down the middle, said he's bullish the U.S. economy at least until 2023. Agree or disagree? Mr. Glick, we'll start with you.
It's hard not to be bullish. It's hard not to be, it's hard to ignore the fact that this government, I don't know whether it's the economy, but the government has definitely taken this market over. Interest rates are staying down, even though we had that little blip. But bullish on the economy doesn't matter. Got to be bullish this market. As much as I don't want to be, I have to be.
Mr. Faluna, how are we doing here?
I'm doing great. I agree with Kenny. You don't fight the tape, man. You don't fight what's in front of you. And right now we got a bullish market. Let's keep playing that. Jamie Dimon, I mean, he's really going out on a limb there, right? And saying we got 2 years, right? Really, really kind of making a call there for 2 years. I mean, I want to know how the market's going to do for the next 5 or 10 years. Even if there is some, volatility or some rocky roads in the next two years here, no big deal. I want to see Jamie come out with a little bit more of a conviction call there. It's for me, this is definitely bullish. I'm a buyer all day.
Buyer all day, he says. All right, Mr. Mitch. Agree or disagree? Bullish until 2023. Yes or no?
Honestly, I don't know where Jamie is copying me, but I literally have been putting out 2023, exactly that year as when the decline starts. And that's when you'll start hearing talks about impeachment of Biden or whatever you want to call. Just get ready because the impeachment talks will come out just like they came out with Trump. You'll hear it. And that's when you'll start seeing the ever decline of the market. We'll run into the bear, and then you might just have to learn how to short stocks, guys. Guess what?
All right, Mitch gets 1 point for accusing the most powerful banker in America of plagiarism. Dyslexic Drew, agree or disagree with Mr. Dimon, bullish till 2023?
Yeah, this guy kind of likes to look at which way the market's going and say, yeah, I think it's going to continue going that way. Because let me tell you, during COVID, when this thing was nearing, the SPY was nearing 220, nearing maybe 230, he said, oh, the market's going to keep falling. This is horrible. I've never seen anything like this. I think he had a broken arm. He was a bad news bear, right? So maybe he's feeling a little bit better. I think his arm's better, his neck, whatever happened to him. And he's like, oh, things are money. There's money coming in the system. Stocks go up, right? Okay, that's an easy call, Jamie. How about their inflation? How about the 10-year? Yeah, interest rates probably going to stay low for a while, but there's a lot of risk factors that I think this guy is just not really worrying about.
All right. Drew, he had emergency surgery on his heart, I believe. It wasn't a broken arm. But props to Drew. Points for Drew for recalling what Jamie Dimon said a year ago. Good job. Good job.
I was impressed with that, too.
Good job, Drew. All right. Last question of the first round. Twitter. There was a scoop from Bloomberg this afternoon. Twitter apparently discussed buying Clubhouse, the audio app that everybody wants to be in but nobody actually uses, for $4 billion. Twitter, of course, has their own competing product with Twitter Spaces. Good idea for Twitter to buy Clubhouse for $4 billion. Drew, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so we talked about this earlier on the show. There's two things I instantly think of. One is what's that app called? Party, or what was that app?
House Party.
Yeah, House Party. We were talking about that earlier, right? That was such a phase. All my friends, we were in math class. I was in high school still. We'd go on House Party. Oh my God, he's in that class. I'm in this class. We just look at each other like some awkward high school kids that we were. So I think Clubhouse definitely has a lot of value, but just like any other tech product, Mr. Zuckety Zuck and everyone else is going to say, how can we copy that as quick as possible? So if they can get acquired, I think that's a sick move for the company. Take that money, run, and do whatever you need to do with that. Because, I mean, there's going to be a lot of competition in this space. I know Discord's getting in. So I don't know. It's good for Twitter, though. I think it's good for Twitter. It will establish them as the name brand in this industry. And I think it fits Twitter perfectly, right? Putting your thoughts out there. So I think it'll be sick, but a lot of competition.
All right. Mr. Glick, you agree? You like Twitter spending $4 billion on an app that competes with their own product?
Yeah, money's money. It doesn't even matter anymore. Yeah, they could throw $4 billion at this company. You know what it would do? It would just give them another reason to actually start charging for their product. I think Twitter should just say, hey, listen, $2 a month. We'll give $20 for the year. It'll get rid of the trolls. Next thing you know, Twitter's $150 a share. They won't care that they spent $4 billion on Clubhouse.
And see their DAUs maybe go down, but hey, that's par for the course. Ryan Faluna, you like Twitter buying Clubhouse? Maybe.
You know what? I don't like this. I don't like this. I gotta say, Jack hasn't really done a great job as the CEO of Twitter over there, if you ask me. I'm not really sure that buying Clubhouse is going to save this. I mean, ask me about Clubhouse when I got a damn edit button. I like Kenny's idea here of Twitter charging $2 a month or $20 a year for a subscription. I agree. I think that would make the price go up. Give me an edit button. Don't start talking about Clubhouse and all this other stuff until I have an edit button. Listen to the people that are on your platform. They're telling you they want an edit button.
I'm getting a vibe that Ryan wants Twitter to add an edit button. Mr. Mitch, you like Twitter maybe, or at least having conversations about buying Clubhouse?
Well, I have to agree with what Ryan said there. I think Jack is more worried about his beard than his company. So we'd have to worry about that first. And if anything, he should just start selling some beard products because we all are amazement of that beard. But for Clubhouse, I just don't understand. I mean, they just got their own thing they can just do. Why even go and spend some money for something that you can literally imitate? I mean, there's no competitive advantage that Clubhouse has right now, guys, other than the users using it right now. And you know how that is. We just wipe our butt with the other company, and next thing you know, we're on the other app. So I definitely think that in the long run, you'll see Twitter not make this purchase and compete with Clubhouse and beat them. So,
all right, that brings us to the end of round number 1. Here is our scoreboard, as you can see. We actually have a tie. Well, let's break the tie. Let's break the tie. Mitch has 7, Ryan has 7, Kenny has 7, Drew has 6. Unfortunately, Drew, that means you are the first to go tonight. Any last words?
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm with Ryan here. Being the dyslexic person I am, I could use an edit button. I've sent out a lot of gibberish on Twitter, and it's not great. So let's get that edit button, Jack. That square stock is looking very pretty. So maybe you could cash out and get us an edit button.
All right. Drew. See you, Drew. Moving right along here as I make Drew's color red so we know he's out of here. Round 2, buy or sell. Let's start this. I'm going to give you 3 stocks / ETFs. You can tell me if you buy or sell. Let's start with Mitch, and we'll start with Palantir. Mitch, buying or selling Palantir?
Well, I really think this is more along, do you buy or sell Kathy? I don't really think this is a PLTR question, because she's the one stocking this one up, pumping this one sideways. And to tell you the truth, I'm not the biggest component, so I'm going to say a sell here. But will it get back to maybe a little bit of that resistance that you're seeing? The chart will go bounce a little bit, but long term, I'm just not a buyer of this one.
All right, not a buyer in Palantir. What, Mr. Glick? You a buyer in Palantir? You a seller?
I'm absolutely buying this, but I need it to be at $16. And if Kathy Woods is a fan of it, I really don't like it that much because I don't like anything this woman talks about. I don't like anything she owns. But I like to own a piece of the CIA. I like that they're cryptic. I like that people call them an evil kind of a company. I want in, but give me it at $16.
Mr. Faluna, you buying?
Yeah, I like this too. I'm a buyer here. I don't have the same disdain for Kathy that Kenny does. I think she makes a lot of good buys here. However, I do agree with Kenny. I'd like to see this come back in, right? We're nearing some support here. You're going to have a little bit right under 20. We're just above 22 right now. I'm not gonna get the cash cannon out for this yet, but I'm definitely going to buy. I'll tell you this. Let's put it this way. I'm not going to short it right here. I'm going to wait for a little bit of a dip. I'm going to buy it and go long.
Ryan gets points for having an apparent cash cannon. Next one, I think we all know how Kenny feels. He just told us, but we'll ask anyway. Kenny, start with you. Buy or sell ARK ETFs?
Sell. You don't have to ask me again. Not a fan. They putting her on a pedestal. She's the classic momentum, market never goes down champion right now. Let me see some volatility. We'll see where she ends up. I'm a seller of everything she has, anything she has to offer.
Mr. Mitch, buying or selling ARK?
Yeah, I'll tell you the truth. For a while there, I missed the ride up because I think for a while there, yeah, you could just buy anything that she was buying and you would have been making money. But now I think that party is gone. I just don't see it anymore. But if you want to join the ARK fund, look at the space ETF or so-called space ETF. If anybody could see, the portfolio balancing there, she's trying to hedge a little bit of that risk. That's what I think personally with this ETF. She's trying to hedge a little bit of her other ETFs by doing a little bit higher cap companies, a little bit more balance in her portfolio. And that's why she brought the space ETF. So in other words, it was another just gimmick to get you guys to going into the Kathy, the ARK Invest, and buying into it. I think at the end of the day, people went buying because I was one of them. I was buying it. I was looking at NPA. I was looking at HOL. I was looking at STFW. I was looking at space. I was looking at Maxar, the best space company out there, really. And guess what? None of them there except SPCE, which is just a rich person's dream.
Wow. I'm fighting words. Mr. Faluna.
Yeah, I don't know what Mitch has against people's dreams, whether they're rich or not. That's
me neither. Great point.
Yeah,
I don't know about that one though.
I'll say this though. I'm selling ARK ETF. Give me a stock. I don't want this ETF. I'm trying to trade here, right? I'm trying to destroy the S&P's returns. Give me a stock. I don't want to trade an ETF. Forget it. Sell it.
All right.
And real quickly, Bo, you want to know where to get a cash cannon? You and I will talk. We just got to modify your potato gun. No problem.
Second question, third question, actually, final question of round 2. Coinbase is IPOing next week. They had their filing out yesterday, blew the numbers away, made more money in the first quarter than they made all of last year. Mr. Faluna, buy or sell the Coinbase IPO?
Get that cash cannon back out, baby. We are firing that back the truck up. Do whatever you can. I am buying Coinbase. I am absolutely buying Coinbase. This company is an absolute monster already. This is actually the platform that I use to buy crypto. I haven't sold any crypto yet, so I can't say I buy and sell it. I'm a hodler. But so I've used Coinbase to buy it. I love Coinbase. I love Coinbase Pro. Numbers were great. Ticker's great. Everything about it is great. Buy it. Back to truck up. Let's go.
Tell us how you feel. Jeez.
I don't have a cash cannon, but I'll do this for you, Ryan.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me. You can slide with me if you feel like 550.
That's gonna be Ryan next week. After that Coinbase IPO. Mitch, you're next. Buy or sell a coin.
Well, it's an IPO. You got to first wait for it to go through the little, the first day where it's just super volatile. I mean, day trading, trying to think that they're going to catch the next super Airbnb. But I think you got to first let it break down first. It's going to trap a whole bunch of retail first, go down to levels where it actually is purchasable. And then you got to go ahead and load the boat in this one. It is definitely, I think, the number one platform that's going to be used in the next, let's say, 5 years for cryptocurrency. So I'm going to definitely stick with this one.
Mitch preaching patience. All right. Mr. Glick, you buying or selling coin?
Damn, I hate to agree with these two guys, but I'm going to try to play some pin action also. There are some other companies, one are called Voyager Digital, that's already public. So when Coinbase comes out, I'm going to grab that one. It's VYGVF. Keep an eye on it. But Coinbase, I'm going to be patient too. What I'm going to look for is the volatility to, be extreme that first day. And the second day, if it breaks the high of the day from opening day, I'm in. I'm just going to play the momentum.
He's given us his play. He's given us his sympathy play. Points for Kenny Glick. Let's take a look at the score at the end of round 2. Mitch Hotch is our man. That's going to be it for you, Mitch. Any last words for us?
Well, first things first is if you didn't catch it, guys, catch my Gary V interview from earlier today, guys. We'll put the link in the description below. It was a great interview. We talked SPACs, NFTs, and guess what, guys? I don't know. I'm just gonna get out.
All right.
What he meant to say was like and subscribe and post a comment. It really helps.
Share. All right, it's our showdown now. Last round. Let's get this showdown started. Where's our showdown video? We don't have. All right, we don't have a show. Okay. I noticed this morning that yesterday, I don't know about today yet, but yesterday marked a new low of the year for trading volume on the New York Stock Exchange. Are retail traders losing interest in the stock market after that GameStop Reddit frenzy? Mr. Faluna.
No, they are not. I think that there's a lot of stuff going on right now. Part of which we had an absolutely monster year last year. There are going to be people that have never traded that are going to be facing tax capital gains burdens. They're going to have to deal with that. I think some of the pause, the malaise that you're seeing right now, we're waiting for some of that stuff to shake out. Maybe end of April, beginning of May, we're going to see some volume pour back into this market.
Mr. Glick, same question. Are the retail traders losing interest?
I hate to agree, but I don't think they are. I think we're just taking a pause to refresh right now. We're waiting for earnings season to come in. I'm surrounded by 500 retail traders every single day. The volume was dead. We took a nap yesterday, but there's still plenty of activity to go around. But we're all biding our time, waiting for earnings season to come on and see if this market's just going to, break out again, or maybe love to see it go down and cause some volatility. But retail's not dead.
All right, here's our scorecard going into the final question. Whoops, let's get it up there. Final question of the show. Kenny up by 1. Last question is Carnival, which is at $29 on the Kisser right now. My question for you is, does Carnival CCL see $50 in 2021? Mr. Glick.
50? No, but you're looking square in the face of $39.75. How about that? And you know what? The Glick family loves themselves some cruises. My parents can't wait to go back on a cruise. They're just waiting for their, their vaccinations and their permission to get on the boat. So I think the stock's going higher. Definitely do.
Points for a specific level there. Ryan Faluna, this Carnival, which is at 29, C50 this year.
I don't think it sees 50. I do agree with Kenny. Unfortunately, this is going to go higher. You're going to see some of the other names go higher as well. Look for Norwegian cruise lines to go higher as well. I've actually taken a Norwegian cruise, by the way. Little plug there. It was great. I don't think cruises are going to be the big hit that they were before. The way I look at this is a little bit of the movie theater effect, right? I'm not sure that people are going to be wanting to go back into boats where you only get a couple of days or an excursion here and there. Otherwise, you're trapped on a boat. Same way, I don't see people going back to crowded movie theaters when you can actually just get the same experience at home. There are going to be other places to vacation. For me, especially in this particular year, I'm looking for stuff outdoors, right? I'm looking for camping stuff, anything that's related to that, the mountains, back to nature. I think the cruise ships, I think these lines rebound. I don't think we have a chance at seeing 50.
All right. Ryan gave a better answer, which means we are tied, but tie goes to the runner. In this case, the runner is the guy who has a Suck My NASDAQ sign in his background, which is Kenny Glick. So, Kenny Glick, congratulations.
Hey!
You are the winner of this episode of Around the Bell. The floor is yours, sir.
Hey, thanks very much. What do I win? Do I get a share of Coinbase when it comes out? What are we doing?
You get a fractional share of Coinbase.
I thought we were here to talk about weed. What happened? I came all prepared.
The floor is yours. The floor is yours.
The floor is mine. Well, listen, here's my story. I'm a bear. I think this market has gone completely batshit insane. And, you can't fight it. But at the same time, we're going into that seasonality, the sell in May and go away kind of thing. So will the retailers come back to support this market? That's going to be the question. I am in 98% cash right now, and I play the game for what it's worth. I watch my VWAP levels every day. So I'm treating this market exactly how it should be treated. It's a casino. Don't deny it. Play the game. Live for the day. Trade for the day, and live forever, baby. We won't ever die. I love you. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Thanks a lot, Kenny. For Ryan Faluna, Kenny Glick, Mitch Hotch, Dyslexic Drew, I'm Spencer Israel. Please remember that all the information from all of our shows, but this show in particular, is meant to be used as informational purposes, not for investing or trading or that kind of advice. We're just a bunch of guys on the stream talking about stocks because we like it. Don't forget, smash that like button, please. Leave us a comment. Don't say that enough. Comment on our videos. We actually get very few comments, and it's kind of sad. We need more comments on our videos. So leave us a comment. Give us a share. Give us a like. Let us know what you want, what you like, what you don't like. Give us feedback. You can always email powerhour@benzinga.com. Tell us what you hate, what you like, what you feel neutral about. We read all those emails. That is a wrap for today's programming slate on Benzinga. We had a full day. We started at 8. We're ending now. Tomorrow, same story. We'll go 8 until about 6. So if you didn't already, as Mitch said, catch the interview with Gary V. Catch my interview with the CEO of SRAX, SRAX, on Zinger Nation from 1 o'clock Eastern today. And that's going to be a wrap. Check the links below in the description. Again, the Benzinga Boot Camp is Saturday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. The link is in the description. I'm putting it in chat right now. There it is.